Thank you for the blessings of liberty and free conscience celebrated in this town. As we bring our truths to the discussion of public issues, may we offer them as contributions to one another, not as weapons, as we rejoice that we need not think alike to love alike. We pray this in the multiple names which arouse in the citizens of our town the awe of the holy, the sense of community, and the impulse to service. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the final agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Public comment. Michelle?
I have a request from Tim Delaney.
Hi, board, thank you. My name is Tim Delaney. I'm a street performer. I've been performing for 10 years, 10-year season, and I have some concerns as far as the program. Number one, when all these ordinances are approved or created and stuff, there's not really any type of input from the street performers. And I've talked to Anita and sent a couple emails to her concerning this. But there's certain things that we're concerned with in the street performer program and the ordinances that are created, but there's no input from the street performers. One of the inputs, and I'm about to try to apply for my certificate this year, and I looked on the ordinances for this year, and my concern was always as far as people selling stuff on the street in Times Square there. And as I understand, and I've gave you a single page here, and one of the ordinances that it states for your permit this year that no street performer may sell goods or services. And my concern is I want to make sure that's enforced this year. Number one, when you're getting a permit, if you're going to be knowingly selling stuff such as surfboards or straw hats, you cannot apply for the permit because it's stated in the ordinances you can't sell goods. Now, my concern is I've asked about selling CDs in the last 3 years. Well, the ordinances or the code enforcement has told me that since I don't create the music or CDs on the spot, I can't sell it. But people who paint surfboards or people who make hats, if they create them on the spot, they can sell them. I'm just really concerned. I want to make sure that when I apply for my permit that nobody is allowed to sell their goods on Times Square. And that means no donations or set donations. And well, that's my main point there. Also, you know, I'm concerned as far as representation. I really would like to get some type of representation. I've already started a Facebook page with the street performers of Times Square, and really would like to try to organize that. But when I've tried to organize it, what I get from code enforcement is, well, we can't give you the names of the street performers. You're going to have to find those out yourself. So there's no cooperation with code enforcement as far as trying to get a community of street performers and talking about, hey, this is what's happening. We need to get together, or what's our voice our concerns. Who can we voice our concerns to right now? Right now we have code enforcement, and code enforcement really doesn't listen. They say, here's the ordinances, that's it. You know, if you don't want to go by the ordinances, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just for a note, you can email or call any of us anytime to go over this later, but we can't talk back and forth. I just want to let you know that.
Right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
The next request is from Jim Adderholt.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jim Adderholt. I'm an LPA applicant. I just thought I'd introduce myself to you this morning, help you put a name with a face. I first visited Fort Myers Beach around 2005, bought a place in 2012, and my wife and I just relocated here in January of this year. I've got about 30 years of public service experience from my time in Indiana in both elected and appointed positions. I've got, as I said in my application, I've got no agenda or axe to grind. I just have a heart for public service. I have been reading through the comprehensive plan and the land development code, and I can tell you honestly that I still have a lot to learn, but if given an opportunity, it would be my privilege to serve. Just wanted to introduce myself. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes the requests I have.
Are there any other public comment? Doug Spearn-Smith. Didn't even see you back there.
Good morning. I'm Doug Spearn-Smith. I just would like to say thank you to the Songwriters Festival for this weekend. It was very gratifying to see the beach full. It brings a lot of energy at a time when the beach really needed it, and it was extremely enjoyable for so many people. I heard only great things, and the performers were very gracious and very thankful. So this is very precious. Interesting things bring a vibrant community, and this is a home run. So please do all you can to support this and keep it a priority. So the second thing I'd like to comment real quickly on is, and this is just a personal thing, I really think landscaping buffers in this community are extremely critical. And when you have a land use request in front of you that modifies that requirement, it's really going to change the perception of the project. Good landscaping makes good architecture, and it makes bad architecture look okay. And that's why people drive Captiva and see tight communities with good landscaping. They say, gee, I like this place. So I would urge you to look at that very carefully when you look at things. The third thing real quickly is I think we all need group therapy, but I really think we all need to embrace our town, bring us together, keep a focus that this is our home and this is our business home, and make it work. Growing pains after 20 years really should not be something that comes up in a budget meeting. It's just, we should all try our best to do better. So I honestly think and Sanibel has done this, Aspen has done this, they have limited the authority of council to create increased intensity in zoning cases. I think they did that because land use planning can be so controversial and so subjective that it puts an unfair burden on the town council. So I think for the benefit of Fort Myers Beach, maybe when we review our comp plan and review our development codes, we should put that governor in effect, not because we aren't open-minded or that we're slow, no growth, but just that we're just trying to be conscientious and put it in an arena that has some balance to it. This TPI approval has been conflicted in so many ways for so long, and it's because of the scope. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks, Doug. Mr. Moyer.
Morning, Madam Mayor, council staff and visitors. I am Leon Moyer. I'd like to address a few issues that are on the agenda but don't have public comment otherwise. Several proclamations today. One of them is a proclamation for National Community Planning Month. I read through that and noticed there's a bunch of whereases, you know, whereas the community has the right to participate in community development plans and planning and zoning laws and land development codes. But I thought I might suggest one or two more whereases to put in there. Whereas it's necessary to follow what is written in those codes by the governing bodies. Whereas planning and zoning and other community planning tends to lead toward conflict and extended judicial processes if they don't follow what they have adopted. So those types of things might be addressed also, because planning and zoning and other types of land use laws and regulations only work if it's consistent and applied with a vision to what you really want to accomplish. Also, you have under administrative agenda several petitions for lien reduction to council. I hope you review the packet material thoroughly in there and notice that some of these people seem to be habitual offenders. It starts from way back in 2014, 15, and some of these issues are just now getting up to you for review. And I sit in on the magistrate hearings, and I hear this continually. The town gives in and reduces the fines many, many times. I've seen them reduced from $17,000 to like $500. You know, right, with your staff agreeing with the magistrate to do this. And that's not fair. There again, it takes consistency to have good government, whether it's planning and zoning or other land use laws or codes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. Jane?
Hi, good morning. Jane Plummer for the record. I'm here actually to speak just for Megan Held. She is sitting on the runway in Cincinnati that was supposed to be leaving at 6:45 this morning and still sitting on the tarmac. So she just wanted to say, you know, how much she really enjoys working on the LPA and hopes to continue.
Thank you, Jane. Is there any other public comment? Public comment is closed. Local achievements and recognitions, Bruce?
I don't have any.
Joanne?
I just want to join Doug in saying that the Island Hopper Festival was just great. It was fun to be out there. I went to see our local Sheena Brooks, our local star at Nervous Nellies. I wasn't able to get to the other venues, but it really was great, the energy on the island, and kudos to everybody involved.
For mine, the same thing with the Songwriters Fest. I went away this weekend because my daughter had parent weekend in college, but I was able to go to the Songwriter Fest downtown Fort Myers that Sheena actually hosted, and it was wonderful, and I agree. It's a great event. Dennis? Anita?
I'd like to compliment you, Roger, and Chelsea, and Monaco and Sons Painting for the extraordinary job and little facelift you've done with Times Square. It was complimented all weekend. So many people were taking photographs. Really, just in one day or a few days, it was amazing what you all accomplished. So thank you very much for that. And just to specifically point out Nancy McPhee and Tamara Pygott of the Visitor and Convention Bureau, the Songwriters Fest for Captiva, downtown Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. Fort Myers Beach has sort of risen as the premier venue, probably because of accessibility in so many different venues, and I know everyone appreciated that event. It was quite extraordinary. It was nice to see the island alive again.
Just for clarification, Monaco, was it Sons of Monaco? Was it the boys, or was it the dad that did the painting? To make sure the right person gets the right credit.
I believe actually both of them had collaborated, but I'll ask Chelsea on a break and get back to you.
Advisory Committee items and reports, Public Safety Committee. Nobody's here?
I believe Frank Goggin, is it
That would be
John
John
Goggin? I don't know.
Ms. Broderick, Frank?
No.
He has submitted the report, and if council has any questions, he's here to answer them.
Exactly. I wanted to avoid walking up here. But if you have any questions, any directions based on a request that you use the money from that you approved last week, if we go forward with what's the Crescent Street sidewalk, and the other is the cultural loop, making sure that that gets coordinated across all those parties. Anything else?
I do.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Joanne.
Oh, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you, and I agree that we're not sure about the amount of money, but the budget, our finances are in good shape, and I'll tell you that once we M&P it and set a policy, I'm sure the staff will enact and find the funds to do what we need to do. So thank you very much.
For both?
I I would like to see both discussed immediately. They're on our strategic plan for town council, Bayfront Park, that Crescent Street area, heart of the island, and I think we need to strike while the iron's hot. We have an opportunity to do those things, so.
I agree, John. I like both of the ideas as well. I think the sidewalk down Crescent Street is not only a good idea, but important for public safety and just the overall walkability of the downtown corridor and the island as a whole. I like the whole cultural loop, as you called it, and I like the name, the cultural loop. So I definitely would support that. I don't know if your committee is the committee to pursue this or not, but I'd just like an update or some discussion about the crosswalks. I'm going to forward you an article that I came across recently where I can't remember the name of the city now, but there's a community that actually did an art installation project that ended up being a public safety project where each individual sidewalk was painted. So what the overall effect in the community was that people were drawn to the crosswalks, not only for the purpose of safety, but as a visual note, because they were all so interesting looking. And so this community started something as kind of a fun activity, but what it ended up being was a tremendous increase in public safety because people looked at them and they saw them. And so I'm going to forward that on to you because maybe you all could discuss it. But I think crosswalks are something that we need to talk about in the future. Lighting and, yes,
Anita,
I'm sorry.
I hope you don't mind me interjecting.
No.
We're actually discussing it on Thursday, so make sure you bring all that to us on Thursday. We're
Yes.
talking bike pedestrian safety Thursday. so
Okay.
At our MMP, just FYI.
I will, I'll bring that.
So, a couple quick points. Yes,
Sure.
crosswalks are absolutely top on our list there. We've talked about them. But it also has to be brought into that discussion, the lighting study that the MPO has just
Yes.
released the draft of. And the other is the actual landscape, how to use landscaping to direct people there. And the other thing that's in the study is signage to point people in the direction of the crosswalks. So all those four factors come into it. So it's definitely hot on our list, and I didn't realize Thursday, so I'll look into be in there Thursday.
I haven't seen the Thursday's agenda either, but I'll make copies of this article because it was, I thought, gosh, why haven't, we're a perfect town for this, so.
Roger, does the town council have copies of the lighting study draft yet from the MPO?
Yeah, I gave it to him.
You've given it to us?
I've given it to town, yeah.
Is it possible for town council to get that before Thursday? A copy of the lighting study draft from the MPO?
Well, the short answer to your question is yes. The long answer to your question is that from a staff perspective, we reviewed the study, and we felt there were several unanswered questions that needed to be answered, in order to make the document, a blueprint to move forward. And we've relayed that concern to the MPO staff so they could get back with their consultant and see if they can get those questions answered. But that being said, we don't have a problem distributing the report we received as is. And we'll make sure everyone gets that.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Wait, John. When you say bicycle boulevard, what were you mentioning there?
That's primarily well, it's either signage that shows that it's bike path, it's lines along the side of the road that allow for shared, it's those type of things. So the bike boulevard and the cultural loop, what the goal there is to take from Matanzas Preserve up to the library, down through Bay Oaks, and make sure that it's walkable, especially for the elderly. It's an aging population we have here, and there's certain ways sidewalks go in to facilitate their ability to navigate in there. I tried to walk Matanzas Pass the other day, ran out of water, got lost like 3 times before I could get out of there because of the signage and the walkability. So what we're talking about is in that cultural loop, making sure that people can get either through a bike or walk where it's all stable footing for them to go with water stations and shade areas so that they can make use of that area and tie in Matanzas Preserve and the stuff that Jim does down there into library research, pull it all together so that it's a unit that people go to as a whole.
John, do you have a copy of our, we approved a cultural loop through the MPO and through the town. Do you have a copy of that? You
It's
do?
in the report.
So you have it? Okay, I was just going to say.
Every
I'll send
member
it
of the
to you.
committee has it, and we've all
Okay.
read it.
Okay.
But just, Kenny didn't want to talk about this, but the other thing we're going to do is go through that as a committee and say, these are things to prioritize. Some of the stuff's pushed out to 2029, so what's the point?
That's great, thank you.
Okay?
Okay, the next on is proclamations. First one is Cancer Awareness Month proclamation. Michelle?
Town of Fort Myers Beach proclamation, and I believe Shelley Slechta, I apologize if I mispronounced your name, is here to receive the proclamation. Whereas October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual campaign to increase awareness of this disease. And whereas while we have seen an increase in mammography rates and a decline in deaths, too many women do not utilize mammography at regular intervals, even though research indicates it is the best available method of detection to decrease death rates. And whereas the awareness campaign is sending out several key messages, most notably the American Cancer Society continues to advise women to get an annual mammogram screening once they reach age 40. And whereas the National Cancer Institute estimates in the state of Florida more than 19,860 new female cases and 2,550 new male cases of breast cancer will be diagnosed this year, and over 41,070 people will die. And whereas in Lee County, breast cancer is still the second leading cause of cancer deaths in women. Whereas there are many organizations that continue to search for a cure through vital research, they also work with the State of Florida Department of Health and support the Health Planning Council of Southwest Florida and its partners to educate our community about the importance of early detection and the risks of breast cancer. And whereas this October marks the 33rd anniversary of declaring the importance of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the mayor and council of the town of Fort Myers Beach do hereby recognize all of the above and declare October 2018 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and urge all women and their families to increase their knowledge about breast cancer and join us to celebrate success and memorialize lost battles. Given under my hand and the seal of the office of the mayor, this first day of October 2018. Tracy Gore, Mayor.
You would like to speak to us? Thank you. Thank you. Just so you know, we also, one of our staff, the utilities director, Christy Corey, actually put together a mobile for people to come here and get mammograms at Town Hall. So,
Oh, how wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank
so-
you. Mayor, City Council, guests, I just, on behalf of the American Cancer Society, want to say thank you very much for this wonderful recognition and proclamation. You know, from the American Cancer Society, we are doing our best to save lives and celebrate lives and lead the world in a fight against cancer, all kinds of cancer. Yes, I love a lot of the details that you put in this proclamation, that breast cancer is a leading cause in our nation, and we lose people all the time, and it is both men and women. Let us not forget that there are so many men that are diagnosed as well. But thank you again. We appreciate your support. It is about the awareness, and with the awareness, we do take action. So thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The second proclamation is the proclamation National Community Planning Month.
Community Planning Month. Whereas change is constant and affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places, and whereas community planning and plans can help manage this challenge in a way that provides better choices for how people work, live, and play. And whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community. And whereas the full benefits of planning requires public officials and citizens who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. And whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories. And whereas the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners, endorse National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight the contributions sound planning and plan implementation make to the quality of our settlements and environment. And whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the local planning agency and other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of the town of Fort Myers Beach. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, does hereby designate the month of October 2018 in conjunction with the celebration of National Community Planning Month as Community Planning Month. Given under my hand and the seal of the office of the mayor, this first day of October 2018, Tracy Gore, Mayor. And I believe Jason Green is here to accept the proclamation.
Jason Green, would you like to say
Thank
something?
you, Jason. Thank you, Sarah.
I'll be brief. I'll put on my other hat as the chair of the Promised Land section of the Florida chapter of the American Planning Association. We represent 180 plus members in the counties of Charlotte, DeSoto, Glades, Hendry, Lee, and Collier County. We thank you for your participation, and the communities within each of those counties. We thank you for your recognition of this. And piggybacking on the previous proclamation, strong communities are healthy communities too, and that's what we strive for. So thank you for your participation and the LPA and the other members of the community that participate in Fort Myers Beach.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Jason. Approval of minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes of Thursday, September 13th, 2018.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Michelle, is there anybody here for the Edward Brown? Did we,
Yes, Mr. Stan Nelson is here.
did we want to hear, yeah, did you,
No, I was just going to request that.
did you want to say anything, or? I know we do this every
You've come all
year.
the way out to the beach. If you
Yeah,
would
we
just
came all
please
the way
say a
out here.
moment.
Mr. Nelson, if you would, please come to the microphone.
Stan Nelson, Lee County Sheriff's Office. I'm just here to say thank you for your support of the program. I think it's a benefit for the entire county, as well as the other municipal law enforcement programs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just for the record, that was the portion of the grant that's targeted to Fort Myers Beach is going to, I believe, 2 license plate readers, if I remember correctly. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. What was the, do you remember offhand what the specific?
County Sheriff's Office allocation is toward the continued wages and benefits of a pharmaceutical investigation detective.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Oh, Michelle, he's trying to, yeah.
Come in, but you can't go out.
Once we have you.
Okay, so the next is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing for the legislative public hearing ordinance 1813, bicycle and vehicle safety. Town attorney, has there been sufficient affidavit of publication?
Madam Mayor, the publication has not occurred at this point, and we're requesting that the matter is noted in the minutes in the backup, be tabled until after the M&P meeting this week for full discussion, and then to be rescheduled at direction of town council.
Okay, I still need to read the resolution, correct? Or the ordinance?
I'll read the title of the ordinance, yes. Ordinance number 18-13, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, amending ordinance 18-02 to be known as the Town of Fort Myers Beach Bicycle and Vehicle Safety Ordinance, repealing and replacing Ordinance 0304, amending Chapter 28 of the Code of Ordinances, providing authority, title, and citation, bicycle requirements and prohibitions, codification, penalty, severability, and effective date.
So even though it's going to get tabled, I need to open it up for public input. Is there any public input? Yes, Mr. Moyer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Leon Moyer for the record. And as a devout bicyclist, I gave up motor vehicle use about 2013, I believe, and stuck with the bicycle since then pretty much, and I enjoy that. But I think this ordinance has been delayed. I believe it started back in March and had various hearings, and then you found the problem with addressing the issue of handicapped people, which you're restricting motorized vehicles on the beach and on the sidewalk, and inadvertently you included wheelchairs to some extent, or some other types of handicapped mobility devices perhaps. That shouldn't be that hard of deal to deal with here. You should have, I think, had this taken care of a long time ago. We keep having hearings and continuances, and this is not a good sign for the town's administration of safety, public safety. If there's a problem, it needs to be dealt with quickly and completely by your attorneys dealing with this and submitting something for you to vote up or down on. Also, please be addressing the issue of lights that are required currently to be on in the daytime by all bicyclists, front and rear. And I don't think you meant to put that in there, but it is. So please address that before, maybe at your M&P on Thursday or before this ordinance comes back for final vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. Is there any other public input? Public input is closed. Roger, is there anything you need to mention before we move a motion? Make a motion? Do you need to?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I will make a motion to table this to a date certain of?
Date uncertain.
Date uncertain?
Uncertain at this point.
Okay, so I make a motion to table this to a date uncertain.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Close that public hearing. Open up the second public hearing, which is a quasi-judicial, and that will be request to vacate portion of Canal 300 to Nora. Town Attorney, has there been sufficient publication?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Is there any ex parte communication? Bruce?
A drive-by.
Site visit, and I checked property appraiser records.
I did also property appraiser records and online checking. Dennis?
Actually, the applicant is my next-door neighbor. I've spoken to him about it. I looked at it. I spoke with Roger and Jason, I believe, about it.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with LPA members, and that's all.
Town Attorney, you swearing any witnesses?
Yes. Any individuals intending on testifying in this particular matter, will you stand and be sworn? Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I don't see anybody from the applicant.
I do.
No one from the applicant? All right, thank you.
So the applicant presents his case, but the applicant is not here. Jason?
Maybe he got the dates and times confused.
Well, just as a question here, we should have the applicant here for this case, shouldn't we?
You don't have to have the applicant. It's a good thing normally. The applicant is the one requesting the action. But you may proceed if the applicant has been advised of the date and elects not to appear for any reason whatsoever, or no reason at all.
This is
And I may,
just to set a date for a hearing, correct?
yeah, let me, there's a couple different ways you can go about this, so maybe it'll relieve your heartburn a little bit. we're recommending that you set the date. Obviously, their staff recommendation is for denial, and the LPA recommendation was for denial for this request. You could, by the code, easily just determine that you don't want to move forward with a date and decide at this point that it's not sufficient, and you don't want to listen to this any further, frankly. However, in all fairness to the applicant, and there's two cases that are similar on this canal. At the same time, they also have both requested variances. So what our goal was is to have all of that culmination on November 5th, so you can weigh those issues all together. So I don't know that the applicant needs to be here if you're going to set the date, or if you want to go through the hearing part of it, we can reserve that for November 5th if you choose. If you don't want to, then you can make your decision today, obviously.
If we were to decide to set a date, does November 5th give you ample time to publish this twice?
Yes.
It does.
And so November 5th is the date we've set up for this applicant's variance, which will be heard by the LPA on the 9th, which is an alternative to the vacate. There's the 450 variance today, I believe, and there's a vacate for that property also. So there's two properties on this canal that are running vacate requests and variance requests that'll all eventually be on the November 5th. Is the plan to have that on all of those on November 5th, so you can juggle which of those you want to proceed with.
To bring it back to what we're talking about
Yes.
right now, this is not a request for a variance, this is just a vacate.
This is just the request for the vacate of the portion. I think Exhibit B is the best that shows what is being requested.
So staff recommend denial, LPA recommend denial.
Correct, but we are recommending you set a date for the November 5th instead of your other option, which is to just deny it at this point.
Council, do you have any comments? Anybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Why would we set another hearing date if there would be an inclination to deny this? Why go through the rigmarole?
That's a good question. That's a great point. It was because we were trying to set everything up for you to have it all at the same time, not knowing what your decision would be on this part. So we've planned for November 5th. And just in fairness to the applicant, we didn't want to recommend you avoid or not give him that opportunity. If you don't want to and you think you're against it up front, that's what the code says you can do right now and not set the date.
So Jason, if there is a, at some point in time, we'll be seeing a variance request from the same property owner, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that variance request set for November 5th?
Yes.
I think it's a little awkward to have I would be prepared to deny this request today and not move on to November 5th with this particular request. I don't see any purpose of continuing it to November 5th. It seems a little redundant.
Okay. So if I may, then why don't I just formally put the staff report and the LPA recommendations as part of, make that obviously as part of the record, as in the justifications within there. In this case, obviously, it was there's a substantial amount of area that's being requested for vacate, and we had concerns about the long-term ramifications for the width of the canal, and also the effects that it would create on adjacent docks. Because remember, our code measures by percentage, and so when you change the width, it changes the percentage calculation. And it has the potential of creating a non-conforming situation for adjacent or across the canal docks. So I just want to formally put that on the record before you move forward, since we're discussing not going forward.
Jason, also on the procedure to vacate, that a lot of that's not in here.
I'm sorry?
When you look at the procedure on how to vacate, there's information that's not in here. Is that because you set the date and then we'd have that information?
Oh, so we included you have the LPA stuff, you have our staff report.
Yeah, but I have nothing from the neighbors, you need the letters of no objection, none of that's in here.
There were no responsive, no objections. So the applicant, I believe, owns the property next to him, so that's one. And I believe Mr. Bobak is the other neighbor. And then as far as, we haven't heard anything from across the canal.
Never responded?
No.
May I? I concur with you, Anita, and with staff. I would deny this. It has, those canals are very important to people's property values and to why they move here. I mean, they pay a premium to live on a canal and be part of a boating community, and we can't start a precedent of narrowing these down. And I would not give up any of these right-of-ways along the canal. And this one, you can see how, I don't know how it already appears to have gotten narrowed down at that point. You said there don't seem to be permits to that extent, but it's on the curve. I would deny this
I would
outright
concur with
because of the
Joanne and
impact.
Anita.
Well, I just, first of all, the gentleman already has docks there that were permitted by the Army Corps of Engineers and the town.
Yeah, speaking to the mic, Dennis.
And you're going to find more of these coming along. I don't know what the public benefit would be, because there is no, it's on their property. It's just between the seawall and their property line. So it's just a little section there. The public can't go out there and walk on it. They have no way of getting to it. The docks have already been built and permitted, so whether that little stretch of land between their property line and the canal isn't going to change where the dock is. It's no hazard to navigation. I mean, I go through, I've been gone through there for a long time. It doesn't impede any boat traffic. And I'm not saying necessarily just this particular case, but you're going to have more of these. I think, Jason, you said there's another one coming up as well for the same thing. I think this happened way back when they built those houses back in the 60s, that some of them just added some fill in and put the canal out there, I mean the seawall out there. So, I mean, you have a stretch between the actual property line, the owner's property line, and the seawall.
But in reality, when the
So-
seawall fails, they'll have to come forward, and they may or may not be able to put it back in the same place.
Yeah,
if
and
they
then what are you going
built
to do
out.
with the dock?
But I have
That's
a-
already been permitted. That's permitted for the place it's at.
Well, I have a question, though, with regard to that dock. I noticed on E-Track-It that the dock failed inspection because it was larger than permitted. It was permitted to be like 16 feet 6 inches, and it was built at like 17 feet 8 inches or something. So I'm wondering what the follow-up on that is, too. I just noticed that in the E-Track-It records recently here.
Well, the only thing I'm saying is I think it's an issue that we need to look into farther, because you're going to come up with more of these items, more of these same problems.
Talking about just on your canal?
Yeah.
So maybe it's something you
I
haven't
don't
keep
know
out
if
the
it's
entire
just our
canal.
canal where we have this issue, if there's other canals that have the issue. You know,
This canal
were-
is prevalent,
but
yes.
But the canals were designed to be a perfect width, a certain width. I owned waterfront in Ohio, and, you always backfilled and got a little extra if you could or whatever. And sooner or later, it catches up with you. I mean, these are platted widths of canals, and they need to stay that way. They're sort of the people's canals, the way they're platted, and they're essential for a boating community. So I wouldn't expect, except in some extraordinary circumstance, to ever want to vacate any of these.
And also, when I pulled the plat on this, there's a lot of public easements on there for like guy wires and stuff. So I don't think I don't want to vacate this. A lot of this is for public necessity, so it's not just about navigation. It was dedicated, a lot of this area was dedicated to the public for guy wires and stuff like that in that area. So I would concur with the two councilwomen. Bruce?
Agree with him.
Could we please call for the public hearing and then close this?
Sure. Is there any public input? Jane?
Jane Plummer for the record. That entire neighborhood, Denora, Washington, Jefferson, Madison, Connecticut, every single one of those streets has a run of where they put the seawall in and then backfilled. There is between 2 and 10 feet on all of those houses, every single one of them. On Shell Mound, every one of them. Because I used to own a house at 330 Madison Court. I was given the survey when I purchased it and used that survey to get my pool, my dock, my lift, everything else. And then when I sold it, they paid cash. I gave them my same survey, and they came in to get a pool cage and found out that there was this easement. Of course, they tried to sue me because I am a professional, and I should have known that. Well, if it's not on the survey, how do I know that? Anyway, at that time, Marcia Siegel George was willing to vacate the entire street if one person came in and represented them, because that's the way it is. I mean, if you have a property with lot line to lot line, you want people to come back and have a picnic on your seawall? Whose right is that to use but the property owners? So, I mean, the only question should be when the property is on the end unit, like mine was, and it goes outside the canal area where you have a straight line to your property. My property was a corner lot, so it came out and went 20 feet on the end of the canal, but that was still my property. And then there was an easement at the corner. The easement for utility lines does not necessarily run down the canal, because that would be, over water for most people. So, but the point is that we're going to see this time and time and time again on every property that's in there, because when they put out the seawalls, they put them up and backfilled. And actually, most of those lots, the riparian rights go out into the water. And so their use alone is there, but if you don't vacate it, that makes their property like half their backyard. So you have to realize that who should own that property? Do you think that it would be right for us to say that that's our property and anybody can go back there? Because that's what you're doing in holding it.
May I ask, were you sworn in, by the way?
No, I wasn't. I swear.
She does.
I do.
All the time. You'll tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in this matter before the council.
I do.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Jane, you voted against this on the LPA. I'm confused by what you're saying to me
Well,
now.
it was because we were
Wait,
told.
first, wait, are you speaking for the LPA now or for Jane Plummer? Just because before this back and forth goes on.
Okay, well, I guess the question is for the LPA. It was because we were told that they needed to do the other thing before the vacate before they could discuss anything else, and so that's why we just scheduled it to a date certain.
They talk about waiting for the seawalls to fail and cutting them back, and
well, my
I
thing is,
didn't see that in the minutes, but okay, thank you.
If we do hold these properties, who is responsible for maintaining the seawall? There's a question for you. I don't think the town wants to have that responsibility.
Thank you, Jane.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Moyer?
If he's been sworn.
No. Madam Chair, I need to be sworn.
Before the council, the truth and correct, to the best of your ability.
I affirm Leon Moyer. Yes, thank you. I attended the LPA meeting, and I was going to speak about the 450 Denora more so than this issue, but apparently this is timely because one thing that nobody's addressed so far is the construction of seawalls. So I Googled that this morning, and there's a reason I think that they may not have originally granted, when Lee County granted these plots, that portion of land, because seawalls must be tied back into the land, or when the tide goes out or a hurricane comes, they tend to fall over because the water is no longer there to hold them up. So these may very well have some kind of metal tie-back rods into the soil back a certain distance, and if you vacate that property, legally the property owner is going to come back in and say, can I put a pool in there, can I dig in there, can I do stuff? And they may be damaging the seawall, which is public property, which I think, unless I'm wrong on this, I think the town may have to pay the cost of those repairs. Now, if you want to make the seawall a burden, as they have done in Anna Maria Island of the property owner, then what happens is you find seawalls falling over and collapsing. One neighbor has a nice one and the next neighbor doesn't. So it is a proper role of government, I think, to control the canals and the seawalls and the public property, and there's no need to return this. It's been going fine without any problems. Nobody's been having picnics back there. I'm the one who mentioned that just because I like the access of public rights. But people aren't going to be doing that. If it ever happened, then you can address that issue. But at this time, vacation is not necessary or probably desirable, I wouldn't think, from the town's viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. Is there any other public input? Public input is closed. Is there any other discussion with council?
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of these issues out there, and I think we need to take a bigger look at the whole picture rather than just doing this by one canal here and one canal there. You know, and Jane brought up a good point. Who's responsible for the seawall if it's public? If the town's responsible for the seawall, I'd like to be the first one put in for a new one. I mean, it's just, this is a bigger issue than just this one property. And I don't know whether you want to M&P it, get more information from attorneys on who really will be responsible. I just think we should step back on this.
We can talk about that agenda management. Go ahead, Anita.
I have a question for Jason. Jason, so this is part of what I actually spoke with Jane about previously, and so I'm conflicted at this point. If in fact the town does not grant the vacation, we are in essence codifying the fact that it's our property. And what use does the property owner, the adjacent, this gentleman or this woman, whoever this property owner is, what use do they have of that property if in fact it's not theirs? Do you follow what I'm saying? In other words, he's asking us to vacate this right-of-way essentially, which is his seawall on his property, by saying, no, we're not going to vacate it. We're saying it's ours. If we say, yes, we vacate it, it's his, and now he has responsibility for it. This could be a big mess for the town.
I don't think it's that complicated.
Okay.
Think of it as like a driveway. You don't get people coming in asking for vacating up to the edge of their driveway to the edge of pavement. It's access. You've granted the right for access, and it's both right of way. So you do not have a responsibility to replace or repair that seawall. That is their seawall that they've requested. We do not have a seawall replacement program. We do not have that. You have not, as a policy, set that. That is their seawall that we have granted the access to the right of way by permit. At some point, right? This seawall specifically was built a long time ago, but a replacement would have to have a dock and shore permit through the town. And it's a simple grant of access is all it is.
So let's just say that particular seawall were to fail. And that property owner said, well, I'm not replacing it. It's not my seawall. Is it his seawall?
It is, yes.
It's his seawall on our property.
Just like a driveway. It's your responsibility to maintain your driveway.
Yes, except a driveway could cost you $400 to replace with a little bit of shell, and a seawall is going to cost you $100,000 to replace.
Depends on the culvert, depends on the drainage, depends on all that. So it is still your responsibility to maintain out in front of your right-of-way. It's still your responsibility to replace your driveway if it's damaged and it becomes damaged. It is still your responsibility, even though we do not accept ownership of these features because they're in town right-of-way. We grant people the right for access and make sure they're designed and built properly, but we hope. But we are not taking ownership of these items, and you never have.
Do you not see this as a bigger picture issue?
Yes, I see the canal as a bigger picture issue because based on the research, almost every single seawall along this canal is encroaching, but they're not encroaching 14 feet. The other ones are 2 feet, 3 feet. So I think there's a bigger picture for you as a council to discuss what you do about this canal and how it relates to the other seawalls. I think this site, in my opinion, this site is different because it's a 12 to 17 foot encroachment.
And do you think it's appropriate to deny this vacation now, or do you think it is wiser to look at it comprehensively?
This one, I think it's appropriate to deny it now, but we were trying to afford you the opportunity to look at all of them at the same time. I can't say I would say the same thing about the other canal or the other seawalls because it's different. I mean, it's a 17-foot encroachment in a portion of it. It's different than the other ones that we've seen.
Jason, I have a question, which I think I already know the answer to, but make sure. if you were to vacate this, it's going to cause harm to the neighbors across the canal, because now all of a sudden the width of the canal for people's docks, everybody has now got non-conforming docks. Is that, because you get to do 25% of the width of the canal?
Potentially, yes. So your 25% is a different measurement off of a narrow canal, correct?
So by vacating this to him, it's going to hurt somebody across the canal.
I have not measured across the canal dock widths.
I kind of
But
did.
when I looked at some aerials, they looked like they were about the 25% amount, just scaling off of a Lee County Property Appraiser aerial. So it looked like they were at the current 25%. So if you reduce the canal, then your 25% is less. So
Now
therefore,
they're-
they would become non-conforming.
So that it hurts somebody else. So anyhow, I'm ready to. Is any other, Bruce, any comments, questions? Dennis, anything else? Okay. I would,
I can do it if you want.
oh, go ahead.
Motion to deny the request for vacation of right-of-way VAC 18-0001, and decision based upon the analysis, comprehensive plan compatibility, and LDC Section 10-220A compliance discussion as provided in the staff report, pages 49, 50, and 51.
Second that. Would this be roll call? No, it's
Discussion,
not.
please.
Discussion, yes.
Jason, when we take this up as a broader issue, if we come to find at some point down the road that this would be in fact wiser to vacate, is this revisitable? In other words, you follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
I mean, because my inclination is to say, yes, no, this is different than the other ones. It's 17, not 2. It would complicate or confine the canal for adjoining residents. But if we look at it, if we look at all of these in that entire Shell Mound neighborhood, do we have the right to revisit this one if it doesn't, if in a comprehensive manner our position changes?
In a two-part answer, yes.
Or better yet, this guy's going to come in and ask for his variance, and then everything's finished.
Correct. That is a short-term solution for that individual property owner. You can't revisit this exact request. The town technically could do your own vacation application, essentially. But I think what you're asking about is revisiting it will be essentially what you decide to do with the rest of the canal. And my guess is at some point you'll come up with, or we'll come up with, a standard, whether it's 2 feet, 5 feet, 15 feet, something that works for the entire canal, if anything. And it won't fix everybody exactly,
No,
because everybody's a little bit different.
Exactly, because nobody's exactly the same.
And the lines are not parallel to the platted property lines. The canals are not parallel. There's a little bit of, meandering here, so to speak. But we'll ultimately, I think, yes, you can come up with something that adjusts it.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Any discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Bobak dissenting. I'm going to close this hearing and open the next one. Variance, approved variance 18-0003. Town attorney, has there been sufficient publication?
May proceed.
Has there been any ex parte communication? Bruce?
Did a drive-by.
Joanne?
Site visit.
Anita?
I have none.
Dennis? I looked online, did some legal review, and I contacted Pam Yates just to get my math right. So, any witnesses to be sworn in?
Only swear or affirm the testimony given this matter before town council is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Applicant, Mr. Yuli.
Good morning. For the record, Matt Yulee representing the applicant. We're obviously here in agreement with the LPA and staff recommendations. I do have a 3-page exhibit that I'd like to hand out to you at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Yulee.
This case is relatively simple factually, but somewhat complicated legally, so I'll talk about the facts first and then get into the law. The first page of the exhibit that I've given you is the plat of Matanzas View subdivision. It's platted in 1952. The subject parcels of this application are lots 2 and 3 in Block C, which I've highlighted for you. They're obviously contiguous parcels, and both of them are 50 feet wide and 75 feet deep. You probably noted from your backup material that there's a survey in the record that shows that there is a home primarily on Lot 3 that does encroach slightly into Lot 2. My clients understand that for both of these to be buildable lots, that house would have to be cut back somewhat to comply with side setback, and they have no problem with that. The public records indicate that the house was built in 1952 and that my clients bought those various parcels in 1955 and 1959. Looking at the rest of Block C, what you see is lots 1 and 10 are greater than 4,000 square feet. The other lots are all 3,750 square feet, or the exact same size as my client's lot. Looking at the rest of the subdivision, you find a range of lot sizes, but as far as I can tell, they're all over 4,000 square feet. So the issue with the 3,750 square foot lots is confined, as far as I can tell, to Block C. And the property is zoned RC, and it's in the mixed residential land use category and is in the platted overlay. Both of those are important, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes. So what does this mean in terms of the actual development pattern in the area? Well, the second page of the exhibit is the aerial photograph, which shows you what it looks like from the air. A few things that I'll note about that. One is that outside of Block C, again, you have lots that are 4,000 square feet or over. They're pretty indistinguishable from the air from the smaller lots. And the subdivision as a whole is almost completely built out. Looking just at Block C, according to the public records, lots 1 and 10, the ones that are over 4,000 square feet, both have duplexes on them. Lots 2 and 3 are obviously what's at issue here. With regard to Lot 4 and Lot 5, those are held in common ownership, and there is a duplex on Lot 4. So there are actually two units that are associated with those 2 lots. With regard to Lots 6 and 7, those are vacant. They're in a little different situation than my client's lot because it's a corner lot. But the interesting thing about that parcel is that it's owned by George Freeland. So I think it's probably safe to assume, even though I haven't discussed this with Mr. Freeland, that probably they're being used and will be used in the future somehow in connection with Moss Marine. Lot 8 is a 3,750 square foot lot identical to my client's property that has a building on it that initially I thought was a single family home, but I checked the public records again this morning and apparently it's a duplex. Lot 9 is the really interesting one. Lot 9 until recently was undeveloped. It's 3,750 square feet, exactly the same as my client's lots. the town granted a minimum use determination for a single-family home on that property, I believe in 2016, even though it did not meet the 4,000 square foot standard. And so a home has been built on it, and as I understand it, is now occupied. So what you have there is a lot that's identical in size that abuts my client's property that has a home on it. And then, of course, Lot 10, as you go down there, is another duplex. So that's the way the property and the surrounding property has been developed. With regard to the variance criteria in your land development code, the ownership and development pattern that I've just described to you, I think, sets out the fact that this property does have extraordinary conditions inherent in the land. It has been limited to 1 unit on 2 lots, even though the other parcels in the area have not. And that's not the doing of my client. That was done as a result of the lot sizes that were created when the property was platted in 1952, and the application of first the county and then the town regulations to that, as well as the development of the surrounding parcels by other people. The unreasonable burden in this case is the inability to use both lots for their obvious purpose, and the variance is necessary to accomplish that. As the staff report and the LPA both agreed, there's no public harm in permitting a unit on both of these lots. That is, in fact, the development pattern that prevails throughout the area. And the situation is relatively unique, although I will concede that there was discussion at the LPA level about perhaps needing to look at town regulations to address this kind of issue on a from a broader perspective, and that probably wouldn't be a bad idea. So those are the variance criteria. The real issue in this case, from most people's perspective, is whether this proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan. That's where it gets legally interesting, so I'll conclude my presentation by talking about that. When you look at this situation, the initial inclination is probably to review it in light of the minimum use determination, which requires 4,000 square feet, and we can't comply with that. But the fact is that the minimum use determination provision of your plan is an exception to the rule. It's not the general rule. It's a safety valve that's been created for some circumstances when the general rule doesn't work. So it doesn't control the general rule. It's simply a supplement to the general rule in the event the general rule doesn't work. In this particular case, I've provided you with the general rule. That's the definition of density. That's the third in the third page of the exhibit that I've given you. And it has language in it that says that if you're a residential subdivision that's got lots of 15,000 square feet or less, which this one does, that for purposes of computing density, you're allowed to use half of the adjoining right-of-way. In this particular case, that means for purposes of doing comprehensive plan density calculations, these lots are not 3,750 square feet, they're 5,000 square feet. So when you do the math, that means that you're at slightly over 8 units per acre, but the density permitted by your comprehensive plan, because this property is in the platted overlay, is 10 units per acre. So it is in fact consistent with the comprehensive plan, because the density for that particular purpose is less than the maximum density permitted by your plan. Now that doesn't mean that we don't need a variance, because the variance is from the 4,000 square foot standard in the Land Development Code, and we can't use the right-of-way for the purpose of doing that calculation. But this is consistent with a comprehensive plan. And because it meets the criteria for a variance, we believe that it should be granted, just as the staff and the LPA have agreed. And so we would ask you to approve it with the condition that was required by the LPA. If you have any questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
I have a quick clarification. The fact that you're allowed to use the 25 half of Bonita Street, that gives you 5,000 square foot, that gives you 1,000 over what you need. So the lots do have 5,000 square feet each. They're not 3,750. By right, you're allowed to use that 25-foot. So I'm not sure where the problem is, because by right, without even coming to us, you guys you'd have 5,000 square foot.
For density purposes under the comprehensive plan, that's true, but for minimum lot size calculations for the land development code, it's not.
So
And that's why we need the variance.
Okay. Does anybody have any other clarification questions before I bring in staff? No. Staff?
Bewley has addressed all of the issues fairly adequately, but I am available to answer any questions you may have.
I was going to open up to public input first, and then, is there any public input on this case? Jane? Jane, I should ask you, are you coming as LPA or are you coming as Jane Plummer?
LPA today.
Okay, thank you.
Right now. Jane Plummer for the record. This is a perfect example of what the moratorium is going to affect. This whole neighborhood is a perfect example. And that taking away from the middle of the street will totally change whether this house can be built or not. So there's lots of plotted lots on this island that are small, and you need to figure out if you want to affect those properties.
Jane, we can't talk about the moratorium, we got to talk about this.
Okay. I'm just giving it as an example. We voted 4-0, and that was everybody, but Zuba was excused, and we did require that the stairway be removed from the house that is existing so that there would be separation. That's it.
Or any other public input? The public input is closed. Okay, council. Questions, talks, concerns?
Well, I'll start. Removal of the portion that goes over, can they make it a full 5-foot setback by removing the staircase?
Exactly my question, and if I could just add on to that, and they have an ability, obviously, to relocate the staircase someplace else.
Yes, they've indicated that they do, and they will be able to do
And they'll
that.
be able to meet the 5-foot setback?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't see a problem with it. I do think that it does meet the comprehensive plan policy 4C5 for density purposes, and as long as we specify that it would be a single-family structure that is that we're approving by this variance, I'm good with it.
I have a question on page 4 of 7, the second paragraph, it says the parcel, where it starts the parcel as it currently exists. You've got parcel size 7,500 plus half right of way 3,500. I come up with 2,500. Where do you get 3,500?
Lot size.
I know what she's saying, but half of the right of way would be 25 foot times the 50 is 100, so that's 2,500, right? I came up with a different calculation, and I'm just trying to figure out why I'm off.
It looks like the lot is 100 feet wide total.
Right.
And Bonita is 50 feet, so it would get 25, so it's 25 times 100. Yes, you're correct.
So 35 is wrong.
Yes.
That's why I was going crazy trying to figure that one out.
My
Okay.
apologies.
Wait a minute, what do you mean it's 100 feet wide?
The lot, the full lot is 100 feet.
That's 3 and 2.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
all right.
So can you change, so when you do 7,500 plus half the right of way, which is 2,500, not 3,500, that gives you 10,000 square feet. Do you still come up with 2.52? Because does that change your calculation when you redo that?
The math that I did on below that is accurate, so it's showing each individual lot.
At 1.14.
Yes.
So that one would be correct, but that first paragraph that I'm referencing is incorrect?
Or 3,500, yes, it would
Yeah,
be
okay.
2,500.
And then, so each lot would be allowed to have one single-family home. And instead of using the RC 7.5, setbacks, they'd be able to use the 5-foot setbacks?
Because they're non-conforming lots for
Right.
width. Mhm.
Okay.
Ready to make a motion?
I don't have, I was, yeah, exactly, go ahead.
Shall I?
Go ahead.
Okay. Motion to approve resolution number 18-34, variance 18-0003, Kissel, lot size. And the determination on the bottom of page 80 is that the town council approves the following variance to allow 2 lots, 3,750 square feet, to be buildable residential parcels, and that would be for a single-family structures. Recommended findings and conclusions: A, there are exceptional extraordinary conditions. B, the conditions justifying the variance are not the result of the actions. C, the variance granted is the minimum variance. D, the granting of the variance will not be injurious to the neighborhood. E, the conditions or circumstances are not of so general or recurrent in nature. The condition would be, number 1, applicant will modify the existing house on Lot 3 to comply with the minimum side setback of 5 feet for non-conforming lots. And I would also put another condition that this is for a single-family structure.
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. So I'm going to close that public hearing.
Nice to see all of you.
And before we open the second public hearing, I need a bathroom break. Do you guys, 5 minutes? Okay, thank you. We're recessed for 5 minutes. Cold and now I put my jacket on. It's a little too warm.
Yeah.
Not jacket time.
For the application. For the new.
Okay. 10:27, we'll call the meeting back to order. So we're going to open up a public hearing for the variance. So Sarah just told me that instead of, even though there's 2 requests on here, that the applicant wants to open up a hearing for one, close it, and open up a hearing for the second, correct? So the first one the applicant would like to hear would be the variance 18-0005. Does that make sense, John? No.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Sarah, can you
Second
explain?
hearing wouldn't have been advertised.
Right, that's,
Yes, and both will be heard, so there's no difference here. There are 2 separate variances being requested. One variance is for the pool, which is an accessory structure. The other variance is for the house, because a lanai is considered part of the house. So the setbacks are different. The sections that they're requesting a variance from are different. The applicant has just, and I included them in the staff report together for clarity of what had happened and how it was all working out. I thought it made more sense for council to read it that way. But the applicant has requested that they be held as 2 separate hearings.
John, is that right, John? Or it wasn't publicized that way?
It was advertised and published that way?
It was sent out as 2 separate variances.
2 separate numbers.
Separate
Yes.
numbers, so is it okay to proceed that way?
Makes sense.
Okay. So I just need to, so I'm going to open up the hearing. John, has there been sufficient publication affidavit? Thank you. Has anybody on council had ex parte communication?
No.
Bruce?
Drove by.
Site visit and checking property records.
Dennis? No. I did property records and checked the site visit, but I didn't just drive by. So all witnesses to be sworn in, and this would be sworn in on the variance 18-0005 request. Okay, if the applicant would like to come present his case.
Good morning, Mayor, Town Council. I'm Thomas Renard, 450 Denora Boulevard.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So this one, just to be clear, the 0005 request is for the lanai? Yes, okay.
Very good. So specifically to the lanai, and there's much more backstory that will come out on our next hearing, but I think this one's fairly straightforward, so I'll keep my comments brief. When we purchased the property a year and a half ago, there's an existing lanai that is not a structural lanai. It's like an aluminum type framed lanai. And we are requesting this variance in order to build a structural lanai, something more substantial. And, but we are building it on the exact same footprint as the existing lanai. The backstory that we can get into on the next hearing is that when we developed our plans for our lanai, we specifically developed them so they would not need any variance at all. And that was according to the town's own attorney, Dawn Leinert. And I will get into her comments at the next public hearing. Come to find out during our permit application process that this current staff and the town are viewing setback requirements differently than they have for the last 65 years. Whereby for 65 years...
We've only been incorporated for like 23, so...
Okay, well, so for 23 years, and then Lee County prior to that, I presume, if they had setback requirements, they viewed those setbacks from the water's edge on artificial waterways, on canal properties like 450 Denora. With the application for the lanai, the staff brought to my attention that our existing footprint on our lanai and our replacement lanai were only 19 feet from the platted property line. However, we are more than 25 feet from the water's edge. In fact, we're 25 feet 8 inches from the water's edge, which meets your water's setback requirements. So we are here today applying for a 1-foot variance so that we can build our lanai to 19 feet to our platted property line versus 20. And we can bring up all the other issues in the next hearing.
Any questions, clarifying questions before we...
I don't have any. Thank you, Mr. Renard.
Anybody from the LPA want to speak? No. Okay. I'm going to open this up for public input. Is there? I was going to let her talk after public input.
If I could just add that the staff report.
I just opened up for public input,
Oh,
so I
I'm
have
sorry.
to take
Okay.
that real quick.
No problem.
Is there any public input? Mr. Moyer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Leon Moyer. I drove by the property this morning, and I wanted to see if I could see it being lawfully posted with a sign. There is a sign, and at the LPA meeting, which I also attended, they said that was all that was necessary. It didn't need a newspaper publication, as I recall. So the sign, unfortunately, is located way back in the yard, and it cannot be read from the street. There is a string or rope across the driveway, so people cannot use the driveway to go back in there to see the sign and read what it says. And I don't believe that is a lawful posting. And since they did not have a newspaper ad for the LPA, I'm not sure this meeting is lawful. I wanted to just bring that to your attention. You may take whatever action you choose on that. But in the future, I would ask that you see that whoever is posting that sign, whether it's the staff or the landowner, needs to put it out where it can have some value to the public, because that's the purpose of a public sign. There's also something to be addressed perhaps at the next hearing, more so than this, but this gentleman submitted, or somebody submitted, maybe his contractor, a supposed site plan, I believe, that had the rear boundary obliterated or changed or something, which all this may have been self-induced error to a certain extent if they had left that in there, because I don't believe site plans or surveys are supposed to be manipulated or changed by anyone. They should be, the staff needs to have something that they can rely upon, and perhaps these issues such as starting the construction may not have been happening if they had not falsified or misled the staff on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public input? Your applicant.
I'm part of the public. I mean, do I get to respond?
Public input is closed. Mr. Turner, can you just respond to the public that it was publicly advertised and the notice, just so everybody?
It was properly and publicly advertised, yes.
Okay, and the sign that was questioned?
Sign was lawfully established and placed according to staff and according to the reports. I have no reason to doubt that, so you may proceed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to take objection to Mr. Moyer's comment about falsifying records. There's no indication that that's the case, and I'd like Mr. Renard to be able to address that, please.
I do that now.
Yes, thank you. In regards to those comments, they are applicable, not accurate, but could be discussed on the next application. It absolutely has nothing to do with this application
All right.
whatsoever.
Thank you. Staff?
Good morning. Sarah Probst, Community Development. Thomas and Paige Renard, owners of 450 Denora, are requesting the variance from the minimum setbacks as required from Table 34-3 to allow a lanai to be rebuilt 19 feet from the rear property line where a 20-foot setback is required. The property is zoned RS. A strip of waterway property exists along all of the properties along Denora Boulevard between the rear property line and the seawall, meaning that there is a strip of property that the applicant does not own between his property and the seawall and canal. The applicant had previously contacted staff and was told that setbacks would be based on, would be considered from the seawall. Based on this information, the applicant had submitted his plans. The LPA voted in favor of the request, and 3 neighbors have called in support of the request.
Sarah?
Any questions from council?
So right now, this 19 feet is being measured from the platted property line, not from the seawall? Is that
That's
correct?
correct. Yes.
Okay.
It does meet the 25-foot setback from the seawall.
Very good. I have, no.
Are they in their plans, if they're tearing this old aluminum lanai down, and I'm going to guess they're putting a more substantial structure up there, is there a concrete floor in there now, or are they tearing that out?
There is a footer, although they are tearing everything out and rebuilding everything. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve variance 18-0005, Renard Lanai setback. The variance from section 34-653, table 34-3, requiring a 20-foot setback from the rear property line to allow 19 feet. Findings that there are exceptional and extraordinary conditions, that the conditions justifying the variance are not the result or actions taken by the applicant, that the variance granted is the minimum variance required, that the granting of the variance will not be injurious to the neighborhood, and that the conditions or circumstances to the specific piece of property for which the variance is sought are not so general or recurrent nature as to make it more reasonable and practical to amend the regulation in question.
Second that for discussion.
I would like to ask that we also add, though, on packet page 162. When everybody gets there. You'll notice near the bottom, second line up, it says vacation of platted right-of-way and easement. I just think we should state that we are not approving vacation of the platted right-of-way or easement. Since it's on this,
right.
I think we need to be clear.
That this does not include the vacation of the platted right-of-way and
It
easement?
does not include the vacation of the platted right-of-way.
It's just a 1 foot
And easement.
from 20 to 19 foot.
You don't think that it's adequate that this is a variance request? That there's nothing in the motion states anything about a
Yeah, but
vacation?
the application though states they're
I'll
asking
modify
for
the motion
vacation.
to add a condition that indicates that there is, this motion does not include any vacation of platted right-of-way and easement.
I amend my second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm going to close that public hearing, and I'm going to open the second public hearing for this property. The second one would be the variance 18-0004. Town attorney, has there been sufficient affidavit of publication?
Proceed.
Thank you very much. Has there been any ex parte communication on this one? Bruce?
Or drive-by.
Joanne?
Same.
For me, same. Dennis? Anita?
None.
None. Okay, would you like to swear in any witnesses?
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony given in this matter before town council, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
The applicant may present his case.
Thank you. So I would like to just mention and acknowledge Councilwoman Sham's comments earlier regarding vacations of property, and that extraordinary circumstances are necessary or potentially necessary unless the town council takes a much larger action with regard to many canals and many properties that are affected by what we're probably about to engage in here. For the purposes of this variance, however, we are asking for a 0 setback variance from the rear property line for our pool construction. The reason we're asking for this variance is, once again, because the town's own attorney, Don Leinert, over about a year and a half ago, along with 2 staff members, Matt Noble and Kara Stewart, gave us very specific instructions in writing, of which have been included in your packet, I believe, and have been presented to the town staff, in which, when we asked about constructing not only our lanai, which you just approved, thank you, but also a pool structure in our rear yard. When we asked the town a year and a half ago, or even before that, before we bought the property, how do they consider this strip of land that sits between our rear platted property line and the water's edge of the seawall? What is the town's view, and how is that land accrued to the owner, if at all, for purposes of setback? So before we even bought our property, we engaged in a discussion with the town on this specific issue. And here is Dawn Leinert's conclusion, and to which 2 staff members at the time agreed. She says, quote, "The plat doesn't specifically reflect the location of the seawall. This leads me to believe the intent was to transfer title to the waterward edge of the seawall. Given this is a 1957 plat and the precision we enjoy today did not exist back then, I would find that the lot owners have riparian rights and own to the waterway's edge. Without dimensions on the plat, seems this is what the town has been doing for some time now, 65 years or 23 years, or split that up between Lee County and town. Given the number of docks in the right-of-way, which is evident from the GIS. Very specifically and in writing, your own town's attorney told us exactly how we can develop our property. We proceeded in good faith on reliance of town's attorney and counsel to develop our plans. With that information, we proceeded to develop our plans so as not to even need a variance for either the lanai or the pool, much less a vacation of property. We believe we have a very strong position here. We have detrimental reliance. The town's attorney opinion was perfected. And now we find ourselves here today. Why do we find ourselves here today? Because the current town staff, which is completely turned over, and the town city administrator, which is newer since we engaged with the city, are viewing these strips of land along seawalls completely different than the town has for many, many years. So that brings us to our pool setback. Well, it actually, let's back up again. So with this information, we developed our plans for our pool, and let's just talk about the pool now. We developed our plans for the pool. We submitted those plans to the city. The city, or the town, approved those plans. We were permitted to build our pool exactly as we planned and according to the town's attorney's setback requirements, not needing a variance or any type of vacation. We were permitted.
Could I stop you 1 second? Could you tell me when that was?
When the permit, let me say that the permit was issued July 12th, 2018.
Thank you.
Staff.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we were permitted, and with the permit in hand, which is a contract between the city and the homeowner, we proceeded forward to construct our pool. A month and a half into construction or so, we were issued a stop work order. The stop work order was issued because we were apparently in violation of the setback requirements and in violation of building on what would be considered right-of-way. So the pool's in the ground. We're roughly a foot to 1.5 feet into city right-of-way, which, again, your own town's attorney perfected her statements and gave us specific instruction. The town permitted our plans. We proceeded. So with that in mind,
I need to stop you real quick, too. If the pool permit was 2018,
correct, July 12, 2018 is
and
my...
Don Leonard was back here in 2016. We're talking about the same thing? I'm getting confused. The fact that we had one blue sheet with 2 different variances and now we're changing them to 2 different hearings, I'm looking at what's in my packet from 2016 with Dawn and Matt and Megan and Kara to now 2 years later to 2018. So the pool permit was permitted by this staff, not the previous staff, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It's the previous staff that directed how we should develop our plans, to which we developed them so as to not need a variance according to their instruction, and or a vacation for that matter. When we applied for the pool, we submitted our plans, and they were approved. We had no reason to believe we would even be here today.
July 2018.
Correct. They were approved July 2018 without any indication that there was an issue whatsoever.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just trying to keep ahead of what you're saying.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Are you,
So,
who's Bob Ferguson? That's the email that from Don Leonard.
so
Did you own this home in 2016?
2016,
I don't think so, right? You bought it in 2017?
we bought it the summer of 2016.
Okay. And Bob Ferguson, is that your person or is that the previous owner?
No, so I think where 320 Madison comes into play, which is
Yeah, I see
Bob
that all over.
Ferguson's property, is my understanding. I don't know him personally.
Okay.
He engaged in a similar issue with the city and had a positive result, which I'm searching for. And so I think that was part of the the reason the city had some reference to either Bob or 320 Madison. Similar.
Did 320 Madison go through a variance case?
You know, I don't know the detail.
I'll have to ask some staff. Go ahead.
So, as mentioned, we received a stop work order, which we did. I've engaged in many discussions with the city about how we can resolve this issue, given we have a pool in the ground.
Before you go, when you got the stop work order on what date?
I believe that was August 7th.
So a month after, and what was the reason that they gave you a stop work order?
Because in review of our Lanai plans, we had a sort of a master plan of the rear property, which included showing where the pool would be, and then the lanai and so on. And I believe the staff at that time commented, hey, this is to my contractor, by the way, who's going to construct my lanai, commented to my contractor, I'm not sure that that pool can be where you show it on this plan. And my contractor said, what do you mean? And they said, this is my understanding of the conversation. They said, well, that doesn't appear to fit the guidelines for setbacks, et cetera. And they said, well, you've already permitted that pool. That pool's in the ground. So, that brings us to where we are today, which is effectively with this particular variance. I mean, let's try to stick with just the pool variance here. We have a pool in the ground that was permitted and then stopped work. The reason it was designed the way it was designed was based on the town's own consultation and recommendation on where our setback is measured from. Is it measured from our platted property line or the water's edge? We were told it's measured from the water's edge. We proceeded forward under good faith from the town's own attorney. We then received the stop work order, and understanding that the town would like to document these situations accurately, the staff recommended that we, number one, apply for a 0 setback variance for the pool so that we can go right to the platted property line's rear edge with the pool, and then proceed with a vacation request for a sliver of land, a de minimis amount of land to bring our pool into compliance, according to the new view the town is taking on these properties. And I want to emphasize that. This is a different view than the town's had for many, many years on how to deal with these strips of land between the platted property line and the canal's edge. You know, these canals were cut in 1955, 53, 57. They did not cut them right to these platted property lines. We are not the only property, as you've heard today, and Denora is not the only canal. Madison is just like Denora. And I would venture to guess almost every canal in this town is not cut to platted property lines. There's a significant issue that you're going to have to work through. And it's not just my current circumstance, but it's many folks. If you look at the overviews from Lee County, people have pools, pool decks, parts of their home that are constructed over their platted property lines as it exists today. With the town's new interpretation of these strips of land that were not cut accurately in the 50s, you're potentially going to have dozens, if not hundreds, of immediate violations by folks who already...
We're just looking at yours right now.
Yeah, so that goes to the larger issue, and for this particular variance, we're asking for a 0 setback so that we can continue our construction, and then we're coming back with a request for variance. However, I would also at this time, if this is my only opportunity to speak on this matter.
Be able to speak again.
I will? Okay. Then I do have a second part to this discussion, but for the purpose of variance, this is an extraordinary circumstance. We did not bring this on ourselves. The town told us what we could do. We proceeded with that. We asked for nothing more than what is allowable by code. We believed we were working in good faith on reliance of town's instruction. We were permitted. We began construction. This is why we're here asking for a variance today.
Because it's kind of a cumbersome issue, I'm going to have, Sarah, do you want to stand up and talk before I open public comment, or public input, please?
Probst, Community Development. First, I would like to point out that the reason this pool got permitted is because the survey had the property line whited out. The document that was submitted to us was changed. The setback was shown from the seawall. Staff was unaware that there was a property line there. When they submitted the survey for the lanai, we then contacted the surveyor and asked him if he could send us the original survey so we could verify if that was correct. Once we realized that that pool was being built and it appeared to be over the property line, that's when we put the stop work order on the property. It wasn't that staff just neglected to do the review.
So if
yeah,
council doesn't mind, I'd like to call for public input
Could I respond to that?
after public input.
Okay.
Is there any public input? Jane? Were you sworn in? Yeah.
Record, acting as LPA, how we looked at this was, we made a motion 4-0, and that was to use the 0 lot line setback for the pool so that it could move forward in construction along with the lanai. But we also put in a caveat that once he came back for his vacation, if he received the vacation, that it would still require that 5-foot setback from the seawall, which would, keep him in line with all other pools and things like that that are on the island. But we felt like the fact that he was relying on attorney communication, and he was going from what they told him of the seawall for his setback was why he presented it that way. We felt that it was a special circumstance to consider that, and that the pool's in the ground and it's already there. Not to say that that makes a 100% difference, but we felt that in light of the whole vacation issue, that was one of the things that we wanted to talk about through a joint meeting, but we feel it's going to be a continuous problem. So that's it.
Thank you. Is there any other public input? Public input is closed. Okay. Sarah, I'm sorry, you wanted to respond?
Thank you. Yes, so Sarah mentioned about the site plan that was submitted by our pool company, and that the rear property line was whited out. And in fact, she's accurate in the sense that the pool plan showed where the pool would be, which covered that property line to a certain degree. However, the only reason the pool company submitted the site plan as they did was under the direct instructions from the town's own city attorney to determine where setback was measured from, again, from the water's edge.
Did the attorney direct them to white out the property line? Is that what you're saying?
No, and I agree that in retrospect, and I did not see what the pool company had submitted to the city for permitting purposes. In retrospect, they should have submitted an original property survey, and then a separate site plan that showed, exactly where the pool was to be constructed.
So you agree that the town got wrong information?
Well, no, I don't. I agree that the town got the exact information that the town's own city attorney said how we should submit it, that we can submit it with setbacks from the water's edge.
Talking about the survey that was whited out.
No, I'm not talking. I've acknowledged that they should have, in retrospect, that the pool company should have submitted an original survey and then a separate site plan. I agree with that. That makes sense to me. However, the town's attorney specifically instructed us that we should measure our setbacks from the water's edge in this case, and so we did that. That doesn't negate the fact that they should have submitted a separate original survey. I agree with that, so.
John, do you have any comment on the attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. This was a previous town attorney 2 years ago. We reviewed the comments made in light of the disclosure from the amended or the whited out property line and determined it was in the town's best interest to proceed as we did, notwithstanding anything previously opined on by the prior town attorney. In consultation with staff, this we determined to be a proper legal way to proceed. I think I'm going to leave it at that.
Roger?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, just for the record, when you were kind enough to hire me as your town manager, I made it very clear to all of you that I would make sure that all decisions that influenced other, people, adjacent properties and other properties would be made here in the public. And notwithstanding how this issue was approached by my predecessors or predecessor staff, we felt that these issues should get a public vetting and resolved in the public. And this is the opportunity for the applicant to make his presentation, explain how and why he got here, and for the town council to fulfill its role to make these types of determinations versus staff.
I have a question for staff. Sarah, would you agree that this is the same sort of situation relative to vacation of that right-of-way as in the previous case, that it's in our best interest not to include any vacation? And furthermore, comment on the fact that the vacation is not even listed in our, in our agenda as far as what the variance request reflects.
Yes, the vacation is not included in this request because of requirements for public notice in the newspaper and the amount of time that it would require to do that. So the LPA is going to be hearing the vacation next week.
Very good.
This variance is only about the pool being at a 0 setback, and at this point, that would be from the current property line.
Yes, ma'am.
Once you hear the vacation, you would have to make the determination whether you'd like to vacate that section of property and count that 0 setback from the new property line.
Thank you very much.
He's got the vacation on all these applications in here.
I'm sorry?
He's got the vacation checked on all these boxes in here.
Yes.
The approval is what matters.
Yeah. When he was applying, he was trying to cover all of his bases. It is a somewhat confusing process, and we have a lot of papers that they have to fill, that applicants have to fill out. So I think that he was trying to make sure he addressed everything on all of his documents, but he does have 3 applications and 2 variances and 1 vacation. The vacation will be heard November 5th, I believe.
Sarah, would you agree that staff gave the permit based on inaccurate information?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
And may I also add, is the correct survey in here now in our records that we're basing our decision upon?
Yes, that would be your
And that will
Exhibit
be a
A.
matter of the record?
Yes.
Very good.
Bruce?
I don't have any questions. I just give him what he needs. Let's go.
I don't have any problem with giving him the 0 setback as long as the survey is accurate and it
Well,
does
I
not
would need to
include the
know-
vacation.
I would need to know why, we have to make determination as to why we're going to give him a 0 setback instead of 5, because, I mean, not that this is a reason to deny or not deny, but he lived in Minnesota. This would be a vacation rental, I guess?
Absolutely not.
This
I
would
am
be
a
your own-
Florida resident.
Okay.
And I live here at least 6 months a year.
To this house?
Absolutely, I do.
My concern would be, the reason you have setbacks is to protect the neighborhoods, and so, but you were relying on, they were relying on.
Madam Mayor, I think I think while we have setback from private property line to private property line to try to create a buffer between the two properties. In this case, the adjacent owner is the town, if you look at it from our perspective. And long as,
Side setbacks still meet?
I don't believe the issue is at the side setback. I believe the issue is excluded, but Sarah can put that on the record in a second. So because it's a town, and, you know, whether the town decides to vacate at a later date or not, whatever, it's not up to another person's house or whatever property. We don't really feel that the zero setback in this particular case is something that we would recommend against. So we want to be clear that while your statement is true that, you know, when it's house to house, we want to try to maintain those setbacks, but to provide a buffer. But in this case, it's to the town's property, then to the water, so we don't see the need as being that critical.
So here's how I look at it. I don't like it that the town was given inaccurate information, but also the pool's in the ground.
I'd like to make a motion to approve variance 18-004 from a residential.
Is that the number?
Well, no, on the, Anita,
Excuse me.
They said it wrong. She didn't say wrong, it's written wrong in our packet. It
Oh.
says variance 2017, it should be 2018.
Very good, thank you. Sorry, Anita, but
I'd like to make a motion to approve variance 18-004 for a residential pool, 5-foot rear property line setback in section 34-1174D1A to allow the construction of a pool 0 feet from the rear property line, including the findings and conclusions illustrated in packet page 122 through 125.
Second that for discussion? Is there any discussion?
okay. No, I guess, are we going to add about that does not include
The vacation?
the vacation?
I don't think that it's necessary. The motion is to approve a setback, period.
I would want to add it. That's what we did before, because it's in here.
For your comfort, I'll be glad to include that this does not include any type of vacation of the property. It wasn't
I amend my
requested.
second.
Thank you.
Okay, all in,
The variance we're giving him for the zero setback, so is his pool going to be encroaching in the right-of-way?
Zero setback, as you're approving it right now, does not give him the right to encroach into the right-of-way.
Pool will not be in that section of land in that right-of-way.
The pool, as it currently exists, is in that right-of-way, which is why he has to have a vacation also. So right now, all you're approving with this variance is for it to be at the current property line. If the vacation is approved, then you can determine if you would allow the zero setback to be, remaining at the vacated property line. Does that make sense?
No.
well, it's what Jane was saying.
But what I'm saying, so you're saying right now it's not encroaching or it is encroaching?
The pool, as it currently exists, does encroach, which is why they're
Okay.
requesting the vacation also.
It
Correct.
encroaches
So-
into the setback, not into the vacated.
No, it encroaches into what is considered city proper, town property.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, but
Yes,
your
it
motion
crosses the
says-
property
So
line.
it's technically, at this point, all we're approving is the variance
Yes,
for zero setback.
yes.
Okay? But he still can't build his pool until the land gets vacated. Because he
Already
can't.
built.
Well,
It's,
he might
it's
have
already
through it.
built, but he
Well, yeah,
doesn't,
but
he
you can
doesn't,
fill in a
as
hole.
it
And
current,
I'm
yes,
not
as
trying to
it
go there,
currently
don't get me
is,
wrong,
as
but
it
I wanna-
currently is, it could not remain where it is.
Right, they would
With
have to move
just
it.
the variance. That's correct.
So he can't move forward until the variance, the vacation is addressed.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's where I was trying to go with that.
Jason, are you trying to intervene?
Jason Green, Community Development. I just want to make a note that the zero is based on, so that it gives the flexibility for the vacation discussion. Because then we didn't want to say 1, 2, 3 feet, whatever. You make a decision if on a vacation, and then you have to come back So the 0 gives the town the flexibility during that separate
I understand that.
discussion.
All I'm trying to get across
But
is
yes.
that he cannot do anything more with his pool unless he gets the vacation or moves the pool.
Correct.
Okay.
So how much,
That's all I wanted to make clear.
this whole thing is very confusing. When you said 0, to me, that meant it's on his property with 0 difference to the town property. So is that not true?
No. It's
So-
crossing onto, which is why we have to have the vacation
Well, why didn't we
also.
say that?
Because they weren't brought together at the same time because of the.
Yeah,
Yes,
but-
you're
but-
approving 0 right now, and if the vacation is not approved, a section of that pool will have to be removed.
But 0 to me means it's at the property line.
Right.
If it's across the property line, that would be minus
And
something.
we can't grant a variance for property that does not belong to that property owner.
That's what we're doing.
No.
You're just saying
No.
that.
You
No, let
have
me
to
see if I can help.
vacate the
I can help.
property.
Staff is estimating it right now that the pool goes into our property by 2 feet.
It is on our town property.
Yes, it's encroached, right today, it's technically encroaching into town property by 2 feet. So the thought was, if the council decided today to give him the variance that takes him to 0 feet, and when we have the discussion of vacating or not, you could vacate or not vacate 2 feet, which would then make his pool totally on his property. But that would be a subsequent matter for you to consider after proper notice, after going through the LPA, for you to consider whether or not you want to give him the 2 additional feet or not.
So the variance today to 0 feet would be 0 feet, but still into the town property.
With 2 feet into town
But
property.
if, let's just help you understand, if for some reason you elect not to give him the variance for the 2 feet, the vacation for the 2 feet, he would theoretically have to make a decision whether or not he wanted to pursue the town through another remedy or cut back his pool 2 feet.
So to be clear, though, he is 5 feet from the water's edge, and that's the standard for setback.
Oh, he's more than 5 feet from, he's more than 5 feet from the water's edge. It's exactly 5 right now? It's exactly 5, I
Is
take
that the
correct that.
standard for setback?
For typical rear setback, yes.
Yes, for if he owned up to that seawall, that would be correct.
Okay, so he was advised by prior council,
Not council. Oh,
or
council.
staff,
Yeah.
prior staff, that if he built his pool 5 feet from the water's edge, he's okay.
Yes, that is the
Okay.
information he received.
All right, so that's fine. So the 0 property line thing is to me, somewhat immaterial in that he bought his property on the basis of the town staff, prior
Prior staff.
to do this.
We would agree, except there's nothing in that decision that says they can also encroach. That's where we have the issue. So the 0 setback will adjust to whatever you decide with the canal right-of-way. So if you vacate 2 feet, then he'll be fine with that 0 setback. The point to this was to make sure no matter what happens out of that vacate, at a minimum, we can adjust that line and you have more flexibility.
fine.
But the 5-foot setback is from the property line. That is in the code.
That's right. But
And the assumption is the seawall is on the property line. That's where the difference is.
That's right. But that was the town staff making that determination, the prior town
Correct.
staff making that determination.
I agree with that.
The guy bought his house, built his plans, did it on that basis.
But they can't also approve an encroachment. That's where the hangup is.
Counselor, the weight of the prior actions of predecessors clearly can be, influence your ultimate decision on both of these matters, both the variance and the vacation. Our point simply was that we felt that this was as I said earlier, a matter for public process to resolve, and therefore we brought it forward for that purpose. So you're not hearing the staff necessarily saying, we're recommending denial or we have
Right,
problems with
right,
this
right.
issue. We just want to make sure that these things are done publicly so everyone sort of understands the rules of engagement and how they're resolved.
The tragedy here is that it wasn't up front that the contractor whited out the line, and then it wasn't clear that if he hadn't whited out the line, the pool would have been 2 feet over it.
Well,
And that was not made clear to, at least I didn't understand like that.
well, clearly, the situation of the pool physically being built over the line could have been caught and addressed earlier had the line not been widened out. But we are where we are. Okay, so this is, clearly this is sort of step one in a two-step process. Council may not approve step two when you hear that down the road. But, to get to that point, I guess you would have to consider step one today and at least try to give the gentleman the opportunity to make his case under step two.
Bruce, I'm not looking at that survey that was whited out. I'm looking at previous legal counsel and previous staff giving him approval. I'm not even, the fact that,
The only reason I was saying that is that it's always helpful to get all the facts.
Right.
And we didn't have the facts properly, in my opinion.
so there is a motion and a second.
I have a further question. Mr. Renard, thank you for your presentation, and I apologize for your inconveniences. But Jason and Sarah, would there have been for the future, is there a way to combine all of these actions? Because Mr. Renard is still, though he leaves here with a variance, he is still left with a complication for his property that, in fact, the variance might not do him any good. Might be able to have a lanai. That lanai seems to be pretty stable, but he's still in peril that the pool could not exist.
We couldn't find a way that we could combine these processes. This is not a typical issue that we run into where something is already built and they're requiring all of these.
Because a vacation has to be separate from a variance?
Yes, and there are separate requirements for notification also.
Okay.
May I address that question? One of the reasons we're so significantly behind with the vacation request versus the variances is that the LPA missed a meeting, a very critical meeting for me. They did not have a quorum, and therefore what should have been a 2-month delay, which we're at right now, 2 months delay, it looks like it's going to be up to a 4-month delay. It looks like the end of November might be the earliest you could make a decision on a vacation. And I have a whole set of comments around that, if I could address the council following your, resolution here on this variance
Bernard,
issue.
you'll have an opportunity to make those comments during public comment at the end of the meeting, but once the hearing is closed, this is closed, these are just questions.
Okay,
Jason, did
very
you
good.
have something that you wanted to say relative to that process?
Sarah and I were just discussing that. Part of that is because, remember, your lead time on vacation applications, you have a
right.
2-week lead time for advertising, which we weren't.
It's
but
just,
he's going to,
this is a messy
You have
process.
you have a much simpler process for your variances. Okay.
Okay.
So you have your notification.
But Counselor, I think the important thing is that we could time them to be on the same agenda so that even though the process in time for the two are different, we can try to schedule them so you hear them all at once at the same time and consider all the relevant factors going forward rather than to have the quicker one show up on your agenda first and the slower one to show up on your agenda
That would
second.
be helpful. No other questions?
Any other questions? There's a motion and a second.
John, by granting this variance, we're in no way, shape, form, in any way telling him he can build his pool 2 feet into the town right away.
You are correct, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I'm
Thank
going to
you.
close
Thank
the
you.
public hearing. On to administrative agenda. Special event permit application, Mound House Lecture Series.
Make a motion to approve the Mound House Lecture Series and congratulate you on year 2 of this. Is it not year 2, Allison? Is there a second for that?
Second.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Is this year 2? Is this year 2 for the lecture series? Second year?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you,
Continue.
Allison.
The next one is lien reduction request, CE 16-0150, 205 Sterling. Hello.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. My request.
Your name for the record, please?
Leo DiBiase. DIBIASI, DiBiase. My request for the lien reduction is due to the fact that we have submitted plans prior to this work being done and had had multiple rejections on the plans. The two repairs that were done were a 4-foot walkway to the front of the house, which was an older wooden walkway that needed to be replaced. And the next one was a repair that was done on the roof, which was an emergency repair due to the rain. We've submitted plans several months prior with multiple rejections due to the 50% rule, of course. I had good dreams for this piece of property, but as I said, because of the 50% rule, it kept on getting knocked back and then back again. And at this point, I've scrapped going further with doing a larger remodel on the home, but the two repairs that were done were necessary to be done and were never approved.
This is for the driveway pavers?
It's a paver and walkway. Yeah, pavers, walkway.
So it's not really a repair.
The walkway is a repair, and I think they will kind of join together there. I'm not sure what you're showing there, but there was pavers that were done. That's true. We had a shell driveway that I put the pavers over the top of. This was also in the master plan originally. And because of it being rejected multiple times, yes, true, the driveway was not a problem, but the walkway was to get to the house, which is a part of it, along with the roof repair.
And the special magistrate heard this and he agreed that there is a violation? Yep. Okay. Roger?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have staff have anything to add to this?
Well, just, this is within as you know, that any request for lien reduction comes to town council for consideration. You have the case history for both B and C on your agendas. You also have the historical information about how this property owner has maintained their property. And it's up for council to determine if any amount of mitigation is warranted due to his, what he put on the record. No, I'll just close by saying that when plans and applications are complete, the staff receives complete submittals. They're generally approved in 3 weeks. When they're incomplete or missing information, or worst case information is doctored, it takes longer than that for things to get resolved. But this is within his ability to make this request to you and your ability to consider the factors that he's presented as to why he's deserving of your consideration for mitigation, and to, if you see fit, to grant either some or all.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. With what you're telling me is you were getting delayed with your permits? So you just decided that wasn't acceptable and you went ahead and did it anyways before you got the permit?
Only
Would that be
because
correct?
It would be correct because
That's
it's a
the only
repair,
question I needed.
There was it was a dangerous portion of the deck that needed to be done.
It's pavers.
Well, it's pavers up to a certain point.
No, this
and
is for pavers.
Okay, well, the pavers, you're correct. And as I said before, the pavers, yes, we went ahead and did the pavers to clean up the front, but I believe the violation was for the wood deck.
This is for
That's just
work
the
without a
pavers.
permit driveway pavers. You have another one.
Okay.
And you have a list of them in here. So
Okay.
maybe you're thinking of a different one.
Sure.
Molly, is it right, this is just for pavers? Yes, thank you.
I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Bogart or Molly, either one. Could you clarify for me, when someone is given a violation because they do not have a permit, and then they apply for the permit, do the violations stop at the point of application, or the violation continues to accrue until a permit is given?
Robert
does that
Bogart, Building Department.
Mhm.
What happens is we issue a citation, and that citation, next would be either a notice of compliance or letter of compliance for a period of time, or we review the fact with the owner about having to get a permit and so forth. That citation will last until the permit is finalized and CC'd.
Just to clarify that point a little bit further, typically what will happen is the timelines for obtaining a permit and completing the work are generally set by the special magistrate as part of their determination of, A, the person is not in compliance with the code, and then once they make that determination, they will then say, okay, I'm going to allow you X amount of time to obtain your permit without further penalty, and B, I will allow you Y amount of time to complete the work and get a certificate of completion without further penalty. If you miss any of those targeted dates, that's when you accrue the penalty.
You have a question, Joanne?
Yes, so on that then, so did this individual miss the targeted dates?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it due to their own actions?
I believe they didn't resubmit the pavers as requested on a review comment. There was some question on I think dollar amount on the permit, because the FEMA rolls into a 50% rule and everything. So there were several things in that case.
Mr. Bogart, did it start off because the work started without a permit to begin with?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's how the ball got rolling,
And this was strictly the pavers.
just the papers?
This was the pavers.
Okay. And the lien is in the amount of $6,800. Does
Item B, that's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
have any questions for staff?
I don't.
Or you do?
I said, no, I don't.
Anita, do you have any more?
What was the entire cost of that project? I'm curious, Mr. Dubasi.
For the pavers, somewhere, I can't remember, it's been so long ago now, maybe $6,000.
Get a permit.
No, and
Cheaper.
when we did receive the violation, we immediately submitted with multiple rejections.
Actually, I think your violation was April 9th, and you applied on the 22nd, so it was 13 days
Right.
before you applied. Then
Right.
it took the town 19 days to issue the permit, and then it took you another 19 days to complete. Looks like, or 8/5 to 8/20.
No, it went from
or-
April 22nd to August 5th. when
Oh,
It was
okay.
issued.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
But the original submittal was done months prior to that.
Did you request an extension from the special magistrate? If it was taking longer, did you?
Madam Mayor, just to be clear, not that it changes the facts before you, but just for clarity, that the permit application and review of that application and issuing of a permit happened when Lee County was providing those services on behalf of the town, just to be clear.
Bruce, anything? You must have a comment.
Can somebody just walk me through the timeline? I have the hardest time flipping through all these 50 pages.
Yes, sir. The application was put in on 4/22/16.
Violation was 4/9 though,
Start
right?
with the violation.
Okay. Violation was 4/9/16. Application was applied for on 4/22/16.
Why is this coming to us 2 years later?
It's triggered when the person makes the mitigation request.
So this 6,800 has been outstanding for 2 years?
Mr. Bogart, was that the end of your timeline?
No, ma'am, it wasn't.
Sorry.
There was letters on, I'm sorry I didn't print this out, date-wise. They had problems. Silt fence was not indicated properly on the site. Stormwater report was that all stormwater must be retained on site. There's a review of impervious amounts, which y'all are familiar with on the sites. They're also in that plan, building 16-0088 was also deck portion got involved in this. I'm not sure how, because I don't see a revision or anything on here. And it was finally approved on 8/4/16. Kara Stude approved it with notes. They needed a notarized affidavit.
I guess, again, I want to know how it sat there for if it's happened in 2016 and it's now 2018.
There's two things that have to happen for it to come to you for mitigation. One is that basically the violations have to be corrected. And two is the trigger is the applicant. If you're concerned prospectively about the amount of time from that theoretically can take, but we could look at the code and set a limit that, you have X number of days to apply for mitigation, but I don't believe the code has that limitation.
So why did
right
you
now.
wait 2 years?
Actually, I didn't realize the lien was on the house until I went to sell another piece of property that I own. I wasn't aware of the liens.
I guess that's close enough, because what you're saying is that he applied for a permit on April 22nd, and then it took a long time to get the permit approved.
Yes, sir.
So
It looks like it took about 2 months for the permit to be
Okay.
approved.
So from the 9th to the 22nd, there was a delay in his application for the permit, what's
Yes, sir.
13 days? And he should have obviously applied before he did the construction.
Right,
So to me, at a minimum, he's got a 13-day problem.
yeah.
First of all, you have to get a permit. So he wouldn't be here if he received the permit. And it's important, I mean, it's not just pavers. Pavers are about our stormwater. And when we don't evaluate how much impervious surface you put in and how much you need to pay toward the stormwater, that hurts everybody else in the community who's working toward that. I do think that there was an inordinate delay on the part of the county in the permitting. And from my point of view, I would do a reduction of the lien according to the chart, and the balance would be 3346.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
I can't support that. The guy didn't get a permit, simple as plain. He should have started the permit process before he started the work. And then he flat out wasn't happy with the amount of time it was taking to get the permit, so he went ahead and did it anyways. I would support no reduction.
Well, I agree with Dennis that there, I mean, especially when there's a lot of code cases for this same one.
All over the county.
All over the county. I do feel bad that the county took so long to issue the permit. So is there, instead of, is there a different, on the chart?
I think we should use the mitigation chart that the town has provided, but
Bruce?
There's a motion
Oh,
and a
that's
second.
right, we're in discussion time.
Should I call the question?
I didn't know if anybody had any other discussion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed?
Hey,
Okay, motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Boback dissenting. So,
Balance on that is 3346 on that one.
Okay.
And then,
so you can stay there for your next lien litigation. Okay, so lien in the amount of $3,400 is currently due. They're requesting to reduce the lien to 0. Go ahead, applicant.
And because you said there's
Same thing.
multiple, which one is this in reference to?
This
Is the-
one-
Is this the wood deck? or
The applicant was cited for working without a permit, driveway permit, pavers. A lien, is this another pavers? Reading from the blue sheet.
Molly Jacobs, Code Enforcement. Okay, this one would be 150, are we on to 150?
51.
Okay, 151, excuse me. So then 151 would be for deck. If memory serves, when they had originally submitted, they had submitted for the deck and the pavers, and it was requested that they split them up.
So this one, and the lien amount, same issue, did not get a permit to begin with?
That is correct. They had removed the deck completely, and then after discussion, finally got the permit.
See, this is more dangerous. I wouldn't reduce this one. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Applicant?
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, hey.
This is my architect that drew the plans originally. Can you
Is
speak on
is
my?
council okay with the architect talking?
Yes?
Okay,
absolutely.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm Jimmy.
Your name for the
Jimmy
record?
Dean.
Okay.
Okay. Reason why the wood deck was doing, you wouldn't walk up to the house and be stepping through a rotten wood deck. So the deck was removed as a safety hazard and redone in same exact space. So that is the main reason this deck was done in that fashion. It was all on the original plans when we submitted back to the city of, to the county. And you guys keep submitting, saying that we never applied for a permit. It was applied for at the county. This whole project was. And then you guys are holding, I mean, I keep hearing you saying he doesn't have a permit. He applied for the permit. Then all the switching over and all that takes time. I understand. We've even got permits in here now that are taking 3 months, to get done. For small revisions, it takes 4 to 6 weeks before I even get a revision out.
To be
And I-
clear, just for the public's sake, regardless of how long it takes to get a permit, nobody should ever start work without a permit.
I understand that.
That's
But
the
in
law.
in a safety hazard, you need to
There are
repair stuff.
mitigation, you can still come and get to town hall.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that this wood deck was a real safety hazard.
Madam Mayor,
Thank you for that.
just so everyone understands, try to keep the facts straight on the table. We have a place on our permit applications, whether it was done when the county was actually performing the day-to-day work or when the town is, to indicate if it's an emergency or not. And those permits are given preferential treatment in terms of review and expediency than ones that don't have that indication. So that's point one that I'd like to make. Point two, for Mr. Dean and anyone else's benefit, if you have a permit that's taking that length of time, please contact me. It shouldn't take that long.
Any discussion or questions from the council for the applicant or for the staff?
I feel the same way because of the delay. I would reduce this to a balance of 1,122.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Boback dissenting. So the balance due is 1,122 on this one. Okay, we're getting to, we're all set. That's it?
Okay, thank you.
Do you understand?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I thought there was multiples, that's why I was,
Thank you.
Just two.
So now we're going to committee appointments. Audit Committee, looks like this is just for informational purposes, no action required.
Thank you, Audit Committee, for your service.
So I'll go on to F, which is appointment of the, the Anchorage Advisory Committee.
Actually,
Bay Oaks.
No?
I think
No, it's
Anchorage.
Anchorage Advisory.
E is Anchorage Advisory, F is Bay Oaks.
I make a motion.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
sorry.
let me get there.
E, it says audit.
Yeah, but we just passed it, it was just information only. There's
Oh,
no
okay.
appointees. So we went to E, which is the Anchorage Advisory Committee.
I make a motion to reappoint Robert Beasley, Ted Lowell, Catherine Light, and Sam Lurie for
Second.
2 years, expiring October 1st, 2020.
Second the motion and thank them for their service.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And I want to make note, all of these had their residents. There's no felonies, no fines or liens on any of those.
Okay, so then we go to F, which is the committee appointments, Bay Oaks Rec Campus Advisory
Make a
Board.
motion to approve the appointment or reappointment of Becky Bodnar, Jana Holmes, and Betty Simpson for a period of 2 years expiring October 1st, 2020, and thank them for their service.
Second that.
Second. May I make a
I'll-
comment? Real
Yeah.
quickly, sorry, I really feel badly about Jan Fleming and
Oh,
Deborah
gosh,
Gold,
I'm sorry.
who had applied, and there isn't space on there, and we would love you to consider Crab or Murph, who can use people, so please, if you'd like to step up to that plate, we would like that. And
Just-
thank you for applying.
And just a side note too, on the Bay Oaks Committee, they're in the middle of strategic planning session. The momentum is going great right now, and I'm glad that Anita made that motion. So-
And I
Yes,
wanted to make also.
I hate to tell you, but I didn't mean to make that motion.
Do you want me to pull my, do you want to?
I actually had intended to make the motion
But
to
did you wanna
include
pull it?
Jan Fleming.
As an
Um,
additional person, you mean?
Jan,
Three seats open.
Do you want to withdraw your motion and have a discussion? What are you wanting to do?
yes, I'd like to readdress the question.
Okay, and I withdraw
And-
my second.
No, it's, because didn't we already vote?
Or did we?
No, okay,
No,
so,
no,
so
we
I'm
didn't vote
withdrawing
on
my
this one.
motion. I'm withdrawing my motion. If you all will remember, several years ago, when we actually had a discussion about Bay Oaks, a work session, Jan Fleming came to make public comment, and in a very organized, methodical way, had some extraordinary suggestions. I really think that Jan would be an excellent, excellent addition to BORCAB. I don't know if, I know that Becky and Jana and Betty have all been doing a wonderful job as well, but sometimes you need some new eyes, and I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be, maybe we can, I guess my motion, with all due respect to the existing applicants, would be to have Jan Fleming, Jana Holmes, and Betty Simpson.
I support that.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that you would. Jan Fleming brings some new, fresh ideas to BORCAB, and I think that it's needed.
We're in the middle of a strategic planning. These people
And
are
I
working their butts off.
totally understand, and I'm hoping that Jan Fleming will come to the meetings as a member of the public.
Hold on one second. She
contribute
made a
to-
motion. Is there a second?
Perhaps, no, I said that would be, but perhaps that would be, maybe we could have Jan as, create an alternate position where when there is a committee member missing or not in attendance, Jan could be could participate as a suggestion.
So just to comment for the council, I want everybody to understand that we have, the town has paid for a facilitator who's been working with this group right now. Sean, Sarah, and the facilitator, the momentum that's going for strategic planning right now is wonderful. And to break this up when one more year and it's opened again, I would hate to break up the momentum that's going, because they just put their priorities together. It is going great, and I think we should leave the people who have been in the process with strategic planning in place. And so my motion would be to reappoint Becky Bodnar, Jana Holmes, and Betty Simpson. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
I'm going to support the motion because I don't want to discount the work of any of these people, but I'm telling you, Jan Fleming is a lost resource here.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Next one would be Community Resource Advisory Board. Let's go to,
Well, on this one, there's a couple of things. We do have a new applicant, Trish Hickey. We appreciate, thank you. Unfortunately, we have one member who's in accordance with Ordinance 18-06, Section 4, is not eligible to serve currently and not be reappointed. And then we would have to waive Bill Veach per Ordinance 1806, Section 6C, waive him the prohibition on him serving on 2 committees because he is also on MRF. So those are complicating factors on this one.
so Roger, I spoke to Roger about the one person with the outstanding liens, and he said they're on a payment plan now.
That's what I've been advised.
Advised, or do
They're
you know
also
for
no
sure?
longer residents.
Give me 8 seconds, I'll find out for sure.
But unfortunately,
She no longer a resident.
according
either.
to our, it doesn't say may, it says shall. It says shall in Section 4, if they're no longer a resident of the town.
So we can reappoint the two of them and then appoint Trish Hickey.
And appoint Trish Hickey, and we still would have a space on that. And we would need to waive the prohibition for serving on 2 committees for Bill Veach according to Ordinance 1806, Section 6C.
Want to restate that into a motion?
Okay. I make a motion to appoint Elizabeth D'Onofrio Holliday, Bill Veach, and Trish Hickey to CRAB for 2 years, expiring October 1st, 2020, and waive, according to Ordinance 18-06, Section 6C, the prohibition for Bill Veach so that he may serve on 2 committees.
Second that. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 5-0. That leaves an opening on CRAB for Ms. Fleming.
Or Ms. Gold.
Or Ms. Gold. Yes, sorry. Okay, the next one would be appoint members to the 2018-2019 Cultural and Environmental Learning Center Advisory Board. I would make a motion to reappoint all because there's 4 openings and 4 reappointments.
I second that. Sorry.
All in favor?
And that's for, for a period of 2 years expiring October 1st, 2020?
Yeah, so.
If I could draw to the council's attention, you may want to consider waiving.
Waive Betty Simpson, that's right. What Betty
That's right.
Simpson's on boardcast, we need to.
Per
waive that.
1806, 6C, we waive the prohibition on Betty Simpson.
Who seconds that? Can you amend their second? Is that Anita? No. Did you second it?
I'll second it, I'll second it, and I'll amend it. Yeah.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes
I'd like to
unanimously.
thank them all for their
Going quick.
service.
Yes, thank you.
Again, the local planning agency. So we have 2 terms up, and we have,
Two new applicants.
we have 4 people applying for those 2 positions, correct?
No. 2 did not reapply. We have 4 openings. We have 4 terms up, and we have, because Mr. Hendrickson and Mr. Zuba did not reapply, and Mr. Safford and Ms. Heil are seeking reappointment. And there are 4 applicants, basically then, 2 reapplicants, 2 new applicants, Timothy Smith and James Adderholt. So that is 4 people, 4 positions.
And also, I'll point out that Lori Wolf also serves on CELCAB.
Lori Wolf is
She's
not
not
up
up,
for
right.
reappointment at this point.
So, well, so wait a minute, so do we have 2 appointments because 2 people are not reapplying?
That's correct. So we can reappoint Scott Safford and Megan Heil, and then we can also appoint Timothy Smith and James Adderholt as new applicants and have a
Second
full
for that
LPA.
motion.
With the waiving, oh, we didn't have to, because she's not here.
And that's for 2 years, expiring October 1st, 2020.
Under discussion, I would like to thank Mr. Zuba and Mr. Hendrickson for their service on the LPA. Mr. Zuba has served as chair for many years, and his experience and knowledge lent tremendous value to the LPA, and he will be greatly missed as part of that organization. Mr. Hendrickson brought a spectacular calm to that group, and I appreciated his thoughts and his obvious great study of the issues that came before him, and I thank both of them very much. I'm sorry that they won't be returning, but I look forward to having Mr. Smith and Mr. Adderhold a part of that organization. I'm sure they'll bring a great deal, and I thank you, Megan, and Mr. Safford for their willingness to continue their service on the LPA.
And
I
let
wanna-
me just also say,
sorry.
Mr. Hank Zuba is gone, but he's just moved on up to the Lee County LPA, so he's still around.
He has, and I want to also agree with what you just said, and I had the pleasure of serving with Mr. Zuba for 6, 8 years, something like that on the LPA, and his work was just a pleasure to be with, and same for Dan, seeing his work. So thank you to both. And
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Going on to Marine Resource Task Force. We have 4 terms up. We have one person does not live on the island,
One of the applicants, that's correct.
one of the new ones. So
All right.
Steve
Steve Johnson seeking reappointment, and Shannon Mapes
and
is
Gregory
seeking-
Holmes.
And who?
Greg Holmes? Did I write that down wrong? I have Steve Johnson, Shannon Mapes, and Gregory Holmes. And then there's one more, but he's not an island resident.
I made a mistake on that one.
Michelle, am I right?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Gregory Holmes. Okay.
So I guess,
So motion to appoint Gregory Holmes, Steve Johnson, and Shannon Mapes,
to reappoint.
to reappoint them to,
She did. You got it late. It's on your desk.
you got it late, to Marine Resources Task Force for 2 years, expiring October 1st, 2020.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So there's one seat open for that as well. Let's see. Advisory Board, Public
Public
Safety.
safety.
One more. Clip it.
3 members have terms that expire, and
Excuse
3
me,
are...
Joanne, that
oh,
would
I'm
be
sorry.
my job?
Oh, yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm so excited to get this done. Look at the time.
I know.
We're moving well.
So for the Public Safety
I
Committee,
apologize.
appoint members to the 2018-2019 Public Safety Committee. We have Ron Fleming, John Goggin, and Ed Scott.
Make a motion to appoint Mr. Fleming, Mr. Goggin, and Mr. Scott, and thank you them for their service.
Need to waive Mr. Goggins' audit committee.
Yeah, the
He's also
prohibition, 1806, Section 6C on Mr. Goggin.
Waive Mr. Goggins' audit committee provision.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, public comment. Is there any public comment? Mr. Moyer.
Thank you all. Leon Moyer. I was listening to that. That was fantastic. It's like you rehearsed it for weeks or something. I was sitting back there seeing if you would catch all the intricacies there because you passed Ordinance 1806 earlier this year, which limits who can be on those committees. And you did have a good job with town staff preparing those charts. That helped a lot. And then deciding who had to be given an exception or if they owned property or had a lien out, because there were some of those circumstances. So you did a great job there. Thank you.
Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Moyer. Is there any other public comment?
Thank you again for hearing me. So,
Name for the record?
oh, sorry, Thomas Renard, 450 Denora Boulevard. Everyone knows where it is now. Thank you for stopping by. Next time, knock on the door.
Okay, come on, let's be civil
Sorry.
here.
I am. I'm sorry. So I'd just like to make a statement and then a a request for you folks on the town council to consider. So, given the extraordinary facts, we are asking the council to remove the stop work order immediately. The delay has been more than 2 months and may take another 2 months for a vacation of a de minimis amount of land to bring the pool into the town's newly developed guidelines. We no longer have the luxury of time, and it has been months of delay. The pool and the yard are at risk for being damaged beyond repair and threaten the water quality during the work stop. The property is ripped up, and construction debris in the yard is frustrating to not only ourselves but our neighbors. I'll make a side note here that we have done much of what we can to minimize the impacts, but that doesn't negate the fact that the yard it's ripped up. It's in construction mode. Our costs have been mounting with missed work time, extensive travel to attend meetings, $3,300 of town fees that I've had to pay to put a pool in my backyard and a lanai. Not to mention additional survey fees and attorney fees. Contractors are now warning me of increased costs if they are delayed until the high season to proceed with construction. So we're asking for 2 remedies for you to consider as town council. The first is to immediately ask the building services manager, Bob Bogart, to lift the stop work order so we can complete our project, shore up our yard, clean up the unsightly construction for our neighbors who are returning this season, and simply to afford us the same treatment as property owners have received for 65 years. The second, which is very applicable in this situation, is we'd ask the town council to consider an administrative variance, ordinance section 34-268, subsection A6. It's very clear for permitted structures, which our pool is, that the town can administer an administrative variance in order to allow us to continue construction.
Your time is up. You can speak with the town manager after here about those requests. We can't go back and forth.
I'd like Mr. Renard to have another minute to wrap
Well,
up his
you
thoughts.
guys, does the council agree to allow him to continue in public comment?
That'll be fine.
Okay, go ahead.
So we're simply asking to clean up a project that's been stopped, get our yard back in shape, make sure there's no damage to neighbors, to canal, to water quality, and to move forward with a project that has been permitted and we believe fits every criteria this city's had for many, many years. I understand the need to better document these situations moving forward. The city's indicated they've had a change on how they want to proceed on these issues. I think Mr. Hernstedt clearly laid out that his job coming in was to clear up these types of things and bring them to the public forefront. We have worked in good faith, above board, and in the future to try to delay or try to, avoid any of these types of conflicts. We started over 2 years ago. We never expected to be here. And now we're in a situation with a ripped up yard that frankly has gone on too long for delays. The LPA did not have a quorum when we needed a quorum. That set us back another month and a half. So we're doing everything we can on our side of the table to act in good faith. I would hope the town council would recognize that and allow us to move forward with our project to clean up our yard so that we don't have any significant issues with damage to the pool, damage to neighbors, damage to water or canal. That's what I'm asking for.
Thank you, Mr. Renard.
Any other public comment? This is Betty Simpson.
Thank you. Betty Simpson for the record, and I would just like to express my thank you to the council and the mayor and vice mayor, all of you, for giving me the opportunity to be able to serve on two of, I think, are the finest committees that we have. I might be a little bit prejudiced, but BORCAB and CellCab, I think, are outstanding, and we'll continue and work hard again for the next 2 years. And
You,
further.
Betty.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thanks, Betty.
Is there any other public comment? Public comment is closed. Town manager items.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, we are in the time of the year when several town-issued permits are subject to renewal. One of those such permits are for the beach chair vendors. We have received, and I believe some of you may have been copied on, an ongoing dispute between two vendors. So I want to bring to your attention that we have an opportunity to decide how we want to approach, whether we A, want to relook at the current ordinance, and B, what approach to take. Whether, if you feel that it's worthy to relook at the ordinance, we could do that. We could either do that by just continuing the current licenses while we do that look, or we could say that we can look at it between now and next year's renewal. So we could do it either of two ways. But I will tell you that my cursory review of the ordinance is there are some opportunities for us to clarify some things, frankly, improve the enforceability and get us out of some of the issues that tend to go on out there between competing vendors. So I wanted to bring it to your attention and see if you want to provide any guidance with respect to how to proceed. A, whether you see there's a need to look at the ordinance, and again, whether to try to do it on a shorter time frame and with the current license being continued until we get it completed, or B, to let the current license cycle run through its completion in September of 19 and do it over the ensuing year. And I'll leave it to you to determine the priority of that.
So I was copied on the email. Were all of you copied? Did everybody get the email?
You want to say particularly what email you were copied on?
About the beach furniture ordinance?
Chris Weber's email?
Yes.
Yes.
So everybody saw that one. Roger, would it be helpful to take it to an M&P? That would be the 2015 ordinance for the furniture rental?
Well, we would definitely need to do that for purposes of discussing any changes, but to make short of this more timely decision whether we should start processing applications or not for this current year, or to just let the people who have current license be extended while we look at the ordinance. That's really the more timely of the two issues.
My concern is, from the information given, and I haven't had time to research it, that someone was operating without a license and without insurance for a period of time. And is there anything in the ordinance with regard to not being able to have a license if you have done that, having your license revoked? So I would not renew that one automatically, although renewing the other ones, as you suggest, if that's the case according to our current ordinance.
Well, renewing, when I say renew, I should have probably said renewing the current valid compliant permits, just to make that clarification. So one of the issues that we looked at with respect to the issue mentioned by Vice Mayor Champ is that, again, we can issue citations. The citations go to the magistrate, and if the magistrate feels that the person violated the code, they're subject to fines. Typically, those actions are taken against property. So in the case of the beach chairs, that basically means those, we could, I guess, theoretically file a lien against the beach chairs, which would probably be very difficult to enforce and ultimately receive payment on. So that's one of my concerns with the ordinance. Whereas most of our codes, if not all our other codes, deal with the property owners. So that would definitely be a switch in our paradigm of thinking of how the code is currently written if we were to go down that path. So I don't mean to hit you with this cold. Clearly, we can do as the mayor suggests, put it on an M&P, and for the interim, I can just continue the valid permits till the council has an in-depth discussion on what you would like to do at an M&P.
Having been involved in ordinances relative to beach vendors and every activity relative to the beachfront for many, many years, it is a very, very difficult discussion to have. So if it is going to go to a management and planning session, I believe that our criteria needs to be very clear, not simply that we're going to open the ordinance, because it throws everyone into hysteria. So I think that that direction needs to be super clear. I agree relative to someone operating without proper insurance that their permit should perhaps be reviewed. If they have proper insurance now, that's your decision. But I also am, I think that there needs to be a staff review of these complaints before the council opens up an entire ordinance. The complaints might be, or the issues might be small enough that the staff can address them without us changing that legislative action.
Well,
Roger, I
clearly,
think from what I heard, there would be more, because some of it was about this, you have to have 50 units to be able to have beach chair rental, and some places have like 48 or 36, and they'd like to do it. Then there's something about who should own the permit. Should it be the property owner that has the permit, or should it be, so.
Right, so, I take Councilor Sarceda's comments to heart, because apparently the past history has been a very charged issue when it's been dealt with in the past.
Be grateful you just got here.
Hearing that, I think that, what the council may want to do is say, okay, look, ordinance, the way the current ordinance is, good, bad, or otherwise, let's enforce it the way it is for this year. And maybe through a process that begins with the committee and percolates from a committee through the staff, through the council at an MP, whatever, look at where there may be opportunities to strengthen the code or clarify the code or make it more workable, and make that more of a process for the summer leading up to the renewals next September versus trying to do it in a shorter time frame right now.
So should we put this on an MMP?
There's another option, maybe it would be to even just have the LPA review it, and the staff and the LPA maybe make a couple of recommendations for changes, and then bring it to us, and then we MMP it.
That work?
And that way it'd be very limited criteria, as you're talking about, because
Well, I think that's the sort of the long review versus the short review. So, if you agree, as hearing from Councilor Saraceda, that this has been a hardly charged, emotional, a lot of people, a lot of stakeholder issue, we probably need to have a longer process that would occur during the breadth of fiscal 19, and then we'll implement it for next October.
But I don't want to see a committee again and all that.
Absolutely not. No,
it's
not
we've
necessary.
all been
When I say
through
committee, I
that
mean one
a
of our
lot.
standing committees.
But
Like LPA or something, very specific.
I'm not even sure that it needs to be a standing, it needs to go through committee. I think that I think that there are some issues that have been raised, and perhaps we could just ask, look, there are some people out there who have been doing business, I'm just going to name North and South, Chris Weber and Sharon Faircloth. I mean, they've been doing business out there for longer than the town's been in existence. They know what the rules are, and they abide by the rules, and if if issues are being raised by some of the vendors, then I think those issues need to be addressed by you. And then if it's something that needs to be changed or managed in the ordinance, then we can talk about it. But just to bring out the ordinance would be, I mean, it's opening Pandora's box.
So
I agree.
what was your initial question? You wanted to know if we wanted to do what?
I want you to handle this.
Okay,
I think the problem was enforcement. The town wasn't enforcing our own code, isn't that correct?
No, I think I think the, while there are some procedural issues to be dealt with that are strictly staff-related, I think those are the ones you're alluding to. I think that the way the code is currently written, in my professional opinion, where the permittee is a chair company and not the property owner, is probably backwards. But it's worked, at least from the perspective of the vendors, okay, maybe from some of you, okay, for whatever. And, you know, if you want to sort of just address the fine tuning that the vendors want to do, we could attack it that way.
Roger, is that something that you could handle and then bring it to us?
Depends on how severe the fine tuning is. I would venture to say, for example, if one of the requests was to go from 50 unit minimum to a 2-unit minimum, that would be a pretty big issue. It would be something that would have to be beyond me just saying that makes sense.
No, we went through, we had maps and charts of how many units are in this building and that building and whatever. Those numbers were picked intentionally, and I don't really want to open that up personally. I do understand your point. It's very well taken about who you lien and who you fine, but is it possible then you just, if you get a lien or a fine up to a certain amount, your permit is revoked, and that's it?
The permit being issued, if I may, to the vendor gives that vendor's business value, as opposed to the property owner having that value. So that was part of that discussion. And I think that's important. And, you know, if I'm just going to bring up Chris Weber, because I've already said his name again, if Chris Weber wasn't the permit holder, and instead it was the Wyndham, what value Chris Weber then is essentially like an employee of the Wyndham.
Well,
so
I hear what you're saying, and not to M&P it right now, but the point in looking at it is the vendor would have a permit and the property owner would have a permit. And
property would be permitted as a location, and the vendor would have a permit to operate there.
The property owner picks their vendor, so I think we would attack it from that perspective. But all that being said, what I'm kind of hearing, unless there's more comments, and not to belabor this today, is that nothing needs to be done in the immediate short term, and that we can look at these issues over a longer term, and once we get them synthesized down to a decision point, to bring them back in front of council. Thank you.
Roger, one question on the insurance. This guy didn't have insurance. Do we require the vendors to have us listed at a minimum as a certificate holder and/or
additionally insured,
or an additional insured?
Yes, that's
because
standard practice.
if they're either one of those, the insurance company should notify us immediately upon their insurance being canceled or dropped.
Yes, I'm not going to, make excuses for the fact that at least there was one permit that wasn't handled correctly last year.
You'll bring us something back after you look it over.
After we try to figure out what the issues are, or if we have something that needs to be changed, we'll bring it back for your
Anything else?
consideration. That was the main point I needed to make today. Thank you.
Okay, town attorney items?
Excuse me, Mayor, the town manager had asked that I remind him about something that I just remembered. Larry Wood serves on the Citizens Advisory Committee of the MPO, and he has notified me that he will not be serving after the end of this calendar year. So the town council needs to submit a name to the MPO for them to make the appointment in his replacement. Would the council like me to advertise for submittals?
No, I have people in mind right away because we want somebody who.
It's also been mentioned that John Poland would be
Yeah, I was
willing
gonna
to
say,
serve.
Mr. Wood had called me and told me that, so.
And I would think that Mr. Goggin would be another person too, if he'd be willing to.
That'd be his third committee.
Well, it's just as.
Well, why don't we advertise it, that way whoever wants to, then
Put in
we can.
for it, can put in for it, and we'll make a decision.
Before the town attorney starts, could I just ask for a 5-minute break? Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Oh.
12:20, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. We were at town attorney items.
Thank you. In connection with the authorization that was given to the mayor last week for signing on the letter with the other mayors in the county, letter to the South Florida Water Management District on the flow rates. This is to let you know the City of Sanibel took the lead in preparing a complaint filed with the Department of Administrative Hearings challenging the rules adopted by the South Florida Water Management District. The town of Fort Myers Beach is a party, as well as City of Cape Coral. So there are 3 petitioners versus South Florida Water Management District. It has been set for hearing in front of the Department of Administrative Hearings on October the 29th and 30th. It's a rather short fuse, but what this means is we have some intense discovery to complete to prepare for the hearing, but we are proceeding with that at the direction of council, which I'm assuming that's what you want us to do. I'm going to ask for formal direction to proceed as a petitioner in that case, and this is approving in connection with the letter that was signed last week.
Did Sanibel attorney call and ask that we, you said they're the ones who filed it, right?
Well, they organized it. They were the ones that prepared it and then circulated it to the town and to the City of Cape Coral.
So is this something that they can proceed with and we just follow, or do we?
No, we are a party, so
Right.
we have to actively participate in it. We will be contacting witnesses. I'm sure we'll all be a joint witness or two, the experts, as well as the arguments and pleadings and briefs, things of that nature.
All 3 attorneys from each municipality will have the exact same discovery, same everything, right? It's the
There'll be
same.
the attorneys representing Sanibel, Cape Coral, and our office for
So
for
the
the
city
town.
of Fort Myers, the village of Estero, and the city of Bonita Springs did not join in.
They are not parties as of yet. They may later on intervene, but as of today, they are not parties.
They had not had their council meetings at the time that we had to have file.
So we'll wait and see as to how other parties being involved. So I wanted to bring you up to date on that. And I'm going to proceed with representing the town as one of the parties. All right?
Water
I have
quality-
approval of the council to do that. Thank you.
Sir.
The other matter is kind of it's one of these issues that we hear a lot about. We heard about today that the town staff, they don't respond. I've never heard back from them, or they said they'd get back, but they wouldn't. Well, the other day, in a case of a complaint by a gentleman by the name of Dave Perilla. All right. He owns some property off of Estero, and according to the file that I've reviewed, there have been a lot of discussions from previous staff about some runoff drainage issues and location of the road, and whether the asphalt had been put down over his property or property that he controls. And I agreed to meet with the gentleman and his attorney, and I took Molly Jacobs with me since she had knowledge of it. And we met with him, and we discussed the issues and walked the property and let him know that we were glad to do it and that we will review his concerns, although I told him I cannot give you any assurances or representations of what will be done. I will review it, and then it's up to the council to make those types of decisions. We will see if there are any enforcement matters that need to be considered of adjoining properties, but that we don't make those kind of decisions without the council's authorization. So I just want you to know that he made one of those statements or representations that he had made a lot of complaints in the past and nothing ever got done, but that his complaints have been addressed by
And
staff.
I'm sorry, what was the actual complaint? What,
Two
outfall?
issues. Two issues. One was when the road in front of his property had been repaved several years ago. He didn't know exactly when, that the pavement encroached on his property. And there was some survey pins located in the property, and I'm trying to get the survey from the company, or at least some representation from them. I don't know if they'll charge us for it or not, but I'd like to see the survey, as well as some runoff or drainage issues from adjoining property owners onto his property and then down into the canal behind their house.
I think that's a big issue island-wide. People are having a problem with adjoining property owners flooding them out. So that's like.
So his property is lower. I mean, you can tell by looking at it, it kind of drains, all drains that way, but I'm not an expert by any means in that. But I'm just letting you know, we're addressing it, so in case he calls you or contacts you, we're looking at it, and if we have any solutions or ways to resolve it that we think we need your assistance in, we'll be back with you. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, councilmember items and reports. Anita?
Oh. Roger, could I go back to you about Mr. Renard's request? Is there a way to, at his own risk, I'll use that word, proceed with his pool construction? And, I mean, just because I never had I never did a construction project before, and I've lived through my own pool construction, you know, I fortunately had a very kind neighbor who, on one side of my yard where I had a lot of vegetation and everything, and a fence that got very heavily damaged during all of this, they lived through 3 months of nastiness. And quite honestly, so did my street, because my front yard, which is fenced, was part of it was taken down for the tractors to come in. And so I know personally that it's an inconvenience and an impact to the neighborhood. So aside from just living with it, it's very frustrating. Is there a way for him to continue under the, I'm sorry? Under the provision that he assumes whatever risk if at the end he doesn't get his vacation? You don't think it's a good idea? There's hums and
yeah,
boos over here.
I think it's. I was going to say, I think it's really a better question for the attorney than for me. Clearly, administratively, we could figure out a solution to anything, but in terms of the town's ultimate decision, it's really for the town attorney to advise you.
I think at this point, we should wait and see how the vacation application is processed and see if it's approved. And it's not going to be much longer. I'm sure the neighborhood is anxious to see this resolved one way or another, but if
so then is there a way to move that process forward?
There's advertising that has involved.
Advertising deadlines are met, it can be.
Well, so I think, let me just say this. I think that you sort of, if this was a one-off situation, we could probably sort of figure out, a solution. I just want to be careful here that we don't set precedent. So I'll say this to you that, this is going to be before you, I believe, at your next council meeting, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least we can give you, no, it's the one afterwards. November. It's early November. If the council would like us to sort of find an interim solution that would get us to the vacation hearing, we probably could do that if that's the will of the council.
To do what?
To allow him, to figure out a way to allow him, at what I'm hearing from the council, at his own risk to proceed.
So my
If
issue,
if that's desirable of the council.
with all due respect to the applicant, we're talking about town property that we're vacating, that it needs to go through the process.
I agree. And I mean no disrespect, or this is not a frivolous comment or anything, but the obvious way for the applicant to proceed is to have 2 feet smaller pool and resolve it that way. But otherwise, we have a process that has to be followed. And it's not that I'm unsympathetic, but it's a vacation of town property, and that's very serious in our comp plan.
Right, Bruce, Dennis, anybody?
I agree with you guys. You know, I am sympathetic to the applicant, but as I said earlier, with that first vacation request, it's a lot more complicated. There's a bunch of properties and canals that are impacted. And I think before we get any farther into vacating these parcels, we need to take a look at the whole thing. And we're not going to be able to keep doing this property by property by property.
Okay, well, I would be remiss if I didn't bring it up, because I feel like Mr. Renard has been unduly inconvenienced and making decisions based on previous staff recommendations, and I feel some obligation to help him. Okay, my next item has to do with it's an environmental concern. You know, I've said a couple of times that I've been trying to use my tablet to do council meetings, and I'd just like to ask if there would be a better way to manage our packets, because there was so much repeat. I mean, almost half this packet was the committee appointments, and I just think there could have been a summary of them on a couple of pages without so much paper. I mean, there's a ream of paper in each one of our packets, plus support staff packets, plus one for the public. It's a lot of paper, and I'd like us to be more cognizant of that. And that's just kind of a rhetorical statement. The second is, I've had several people ask me about where they take, and this came up this weekend because I happened to see someone dumping paint in a stormwater drain. And this person truly, I believe, had no idea that they were doing anything wrong. They were rinsing out their paint brushes. I mean, it was paint going in the stormwater drain. Would it be a possibility for us to have a mobile station here for hazardous waste once a month, once a quarter, where people could bring their paint primarily, or a battery, or whatever that would normally, I think the closest location is out off of Plantation Road or off of Metro. It's Plantation and Metro is the closest, and I don't know if they have a mobile facility, or even if we could put something together where people could bring it here and then the town could dispose of it. I think it would be a real service to the community, and it might help people dispose properly of their hazardous waste. What do you all think of that?
I think it's a good
Yeah,
idea.
I think it's a good idea to pursue and see what the options are.
If they don't have a mobile unit, maybe it could just be town hall could offer a collection area, and then we could take it in.
When our guys go in town, they could drop it off.
What do you think about that, Roger? Just say you like the idea. That's all I need from you.
Something you could look into?
I don't want to be on the record, so.
Okay, thank you. I spoke with our town attorney about this next item I have, and so I'm going to try and be delicate. I'm going to call this a public service announcement. And I would like people in the town and anyone who is paying attention anywhere else, to please be educated and vigilant relative to donations made to any particular website or Facebook page. It is unfortunate, terribly unfortunate in this crisis that there have or has been someone in particular I'm speaking of, but I was advised not to mention any names, that there have been people who have been donating money to a cause that actually doesn't exist. The cause has changed from time to time and has now included of 2 different food banks. In my opinion, this is fraudulent activity, and as I understand it's being investigated. I would just encourage members of the community, close and far, to educate yourself as to what our water quality issues really are, as opposed to what photograph you might see on Facebook or what tirade someone may be on. And I would also please encourage you to be very, very careful about where you put your money and know where your money exactly is going. And I will tell you that I'm not going to leave this issue alone, that if it continues to persist, I've been advised by our town attorney that then I will begin to mention people by name, because it is unfair to prey on people who believe that they are contributing to the benefit of a cause when in fact they are contributing to a person or persons' own private use of those funds. Okay, so that was that particular topic. And then my last issue is the Horizon Council. Do I have a backup for the Horizon Council, because there is a meeting on October 19th that I cannot attend, and yeah, but Dennis can't do it, as I understand. And looking at the calendar, it is very difficult for me to get to these meetings. But on the 19th in particular, I will not be able to go. Can somebody else do that? You cannot, Bruce? Joanne?
I'm looking.
Okay. I'm just putting that out there. Don't know if you care to do it, Tracy.
I just gotta check my calendar. I still have the
okay.
kitchen calendar.
I'll forward the dates to Roger, and then he could send it out. We can see if something could be covered. And
Just have Roger let you know, one of us will do it.
that is, I believe that's all I have. I'm just going to check my notes.
I already have a meeting that date, Anita. I cannot.
Okay.
I'll check my calendar at home and let
Okay.
Roger know.
Thank you.
Bruce?
I'm just going to check my notes to see if I have anything else, but go ahead. If I do,
Councilmember
I'll ask to
items?
come back.
I got a couple. We got this letter about the lady that paid for her short-term rental registration. Roger, do you know if Leonardo Arms opted out or not?
Well, we did, I believe, it's a letter I believe I saw, we did identify it is a duplicate. We believe it's a situation where the property manager paid it and the property owner paid it, and we're refunding it to the property owner.
Opt out then.
My knowledge, no.
This FEMA report that we all got, what does that mean? Anybody know?
Trying to get into the AE zone or out of the VE zone.
For
Redo their
one
map.
property.
Yeah, we have properties who singularly apply to have their designation changed. And there's a standard review process culminating in a letter from FEMA whether that they approve that or not. And then it's to us to adjust the maps accordingly. I haven't read the letter. I have it on
Appears
top
to
of my
me that
desk,
it
but I haven't
was.
read it
Is
yet.
On one of the pages, it appears to me that it was.
There's several of the condos that are trying to opt out or try to get their flood zones changed.
But what they do is they send us one to let us know that they're applying, and then they send us another one to let us know that it has been approved or not been approved.
Well, basically what happens, they hire an engineering company who then does all the work, sends all the information to FEMA, and probably the initial temporary either approval or denial. And if it's a temporary approval, they have a 3-month process where nothing gets done and anybody wants to complain or file the appeal against their designation. Because I've gotten 3 of them done already, and we're in the process of 1 more.
So
Answer your question?
it does, but it leads to 2 more questions.
You want us to do the whole town, I know.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I know.
but what, wasn't FEMA supposed to be doing a remapping of Fort Myers Beach in Lee County?
Yes, but this will preclude that.
Yeah, I thought that was going on, though.
That effort is going on and is being, our staff is participating in that global effort for the town. Then you have these individual efforts that is, I believe, the case you have in front of you.
Go to Jason, he can like give you everything you need to know about that.
Well, and I will do that because I'm curious to see what they found lacking in their prior survey that now they find that it's AE instead of EE. And I mean, that's a huge deal to a lot of people.
Well, it is, yeah. As one example, one place's insurance went from $84,000 a year to $40,000 just for the flood insurance. But a lot of it has to do with the topographical. The FEMA doesn't actually come out and really go out there and survey and do all of the things that the engineer does to get that changed. They bring additional information to the table.
It always amazed me how Marco seems to be able to build a lot lower than us and Naples and stuff. And
It's just a little tiny barrel island.
yeah, I know. Well, Marco's an island.
Yeah, there is a difference, though, in being long and thin versus being sort of round, which is the, difference with Marco, but.
Quote of the day. As I eat my blueberry muffin.
Long and thin as
Round
opposed to
now?
short and round.
Okay, so now to the real stuff. We're going to talk about the bike thing on Thursday, but just as a side note, in my recent travels, I took pictures at several different beaches in California, and every one of them does not allow bicycles or skateboards or roller skates on their sidewalks, without exception, of the ones I was at. And they have very busy streets, and the bikes ride on the streets. I was in Fernandina Beach yesterday, same thing. Big sign, no bicycles on the sidewalks. Now, I'm not promoting that we don't have bicycles on the sidewalks, although I'd like to not see bicycles on the sidewalk. But our situation is maybe slightly different. However, I'm just pointing that out, that it's not uncommon to exclude bicycles off sidewalks. Today we had a couple of different things that it's been a sticking point with me for some time. One, Roger was talking about the beach vendors and, who you put the lien on and, on the beach chairs. We had a contractor issue here again and again. Let's see. We had 2 different contractor issues here today, really, where one contractor whited out the line. The other contractor didn't get the permit. And then we blame or hold the property owner responsible. And yes, they should share in that responsibility. But it seems like to me that if a contractor does work without getting a permit, isn't there something you can do to the contractor? Don't they have some?
You have to turn them into the Leela County Licensing Board.
That would have to be the owner, because the owner would have, that's what the owner can do, is turn that person in.
Oh, I don't see why we can't turn him in. I mean, if the owner doesn't do it, maybe he doesn't know that that's his responsibility to do, but I don't understand how these guys just.
But we don't know that it's true or not, though. That's why the owner's always responsible for their property, no
What do
matter
you mean we
who's
don't
doing
know
it.
if it's true?
Yeah, but you don't know, you'd have to go through a court for due process to see who really whited that out. There's so much
No,
more
no, well, I'm not
involved.
talking about that one. I'm talking about the fact that the contractors, and many contractors from time to time, do work without permits. Well, yeah, but I mean, that's.
Roger, is there
to me,
something we
And
can
when
do?
they get caught,
Are you-
they end up in front of us and.
Dennis has said this before for years.
Can't get words.
So what do you, go ahead, John.
I was asking, are you referring to if the contractor in the town is working or starts work without a permit, is there anything the town can do regarding a contractor status?
Yes.
Yes.
And what is that?
Contractors are required requires for getting a license. And we would look at some action involving a license if they were doing work as a contractor on a job without permits. That's what I'm talking about.
They get their license through the county, though, not through us.
The county, yes, the county is the instrumentality, but proceeding in that direction as far as trying to take some action against the contractor for violating our ordinances. I think that's what you're interested in doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't we, when we find situations like this, where the contractor started work without a permit, shouldn't we just relay that information to the county licensing board?
Yes.
Let them handle it from there. Are we doing that?
I don't know, but maybe the manager can.
Well, let's remember that until April, the contracting board and the people who were determining people who were working without the permit were the same people. I know that we have one case that we have referred because we had a contractor who's had what I consider to be an extraordinary number of open permits that they didn't close. Again, all of this initiatives take staff time and effort, and if that's something the council would like us to pursue as a matter of course, we will add it to our workload.
I would agree with Bruce on that.
Well, I would too, but how would it shouldn't take much staff time. You put it.
Well,
once
the
you
making the
find out
complaint
that-
is not the easy part. Then you have to go make the case and be subject to depositions, and it's more than just filing a complaint form with the county. That's the easy part. It's all going to the hearing and presenting the case and doing all the due diligence before that and all of that, preparing the case. You know, that's where the energy is. Not to say that we can't do it, just so you understand.
But we caught them working without a permit. That should be sufficient for the county to know they were working without a permit.
Well,
I would think.
I will tell you, having presented cases before that board, just so you know, that board is made up of contractors.
Exactly right.
Yeah, you do have a point.
So it's, you know, you need to have a situation where you have, you know, two people in the elevator and one person is dead. You know, be sure you have you know, sort of make those types of complaints. But we'll be glad to advance those cases to the county. I have to just advise you that it will be a drain on staff resources to do it.
Okay, so what if, and I'm really biting my tongue as I say this, because I don't like writing ordinances, but can we change our ordinance that if a contractor is doing work without a permit, that he gets fined $100 a day or whatever it is that we fine the property owner?
Well, we could take a look at the ordinance, Mr. Turner and myself, and see if there's an opportunity to put some additional requirements in somewhere.
Does
I don't want to say
anybody-
that off the top of my head that we can or
Does anybody
can't.
else do that? Do we know of any other?
Well, there are
municipalities?
places where they take the contract licensing as part, you have to have not only a license from the county, you have to have a license from the city. There are places that do that. And then you have, by doing that, you have greater control, but then you have the problem of people complaining they have to get licenses in both places. And, you know, so it cuts both ways in terms of how many people you make happy and how many people you upset. But I think the real thing
Getting a permit,
is,
why do they need a license?
the real thing is that people, in picking your car mechanic and your contractor, they need to be extremely careful.
All right, and last but not least, talk about reviewing the impact fees at the budget meeting, Roger.
Yes, sir.
I know you and I talked, but did I mention that to the council, that you're going to review them later?
I don't know that you said that out loud, so why don't you just say it now so they all hear?
Okay, so I was looking at the impact fees at the budget time, and it wasn't exactly clear to me what was the basis for them. And then it seems like we determined that the basis was we're following Lee County. Lee County, when they reduced their impact fees, has now put in another provision to make up for some of that reduction by saying any new property that comes on the tax rolls or expanded property on the tax rolls, rather than paying the full impact fee, they take the first year's incremental property tax as a result of that construction and put that in the bank for impact type infrastructure. So if we're following Lee County's lead on our impact fees, and we should be following their lead on this other thing of banking that first year's incremental property tax for infrastructure or capital improvements or whatever. So that's my thinking, is one, we need to review our impact fees. Are they fair and just and reasonable? And if they're low, do we want to raise them? Or two, do we want to put that first year's tax set aside for improvements in the town? And apparently we won't review impact fees till the next budget cycle, so that's something to think about and consider, if you wish.
That wouldn't preclude us from reviewing it at any point in time. We could review it, we could even make changes to that policy. It doesn't have to be within the budget scope, does it?
No, what I explained to Council Butcher is that every year we sort of try to take on initiatives to review something that's been in place with the town. So one of the things that he has mentioned to me on several occasions that he's concerned about is how we collect impact fees, what we're using them for, or what we can't use them for, and what's our basis of rates, and so on and so forth. So what I had said to him was that I think this year is a time when things of higher priority have already begun to, we've already looked at those, and we're now down to begin to look at, things like, should we update our impact fees? But clearly, if the council wants to do that sooner or later, we can do it earlier in the fiscal year than later in the fiscal year.
I think it's an excellent idea.
I support discussing it.
We were going to do that when Summer was on the council, and it just got dropped. So I support it. Is that it? Oh, he rests his case. Dennis?
I only have two quick things, and number one is going back to the vacating the canal things. I think we need to take a look at all of it. I think we need to M&P it or something and decide what we're going to do. There's too many of these properties out there to try to keep doing it one at a time, willy-nilly.
I agree. I'd like to add it to the agenda management discussion on Thursday.
Already been published, and it's already out.
We go over agenda management at every work session.
Oh, you mean put it on agenda management?
Correct.
Okay.
The only other thing is, these lien reductions, every single lien reduction that we've had so far since I've been on council, the first thing that the applicant says is, well, the town slowed me down. The town did this, the town did that. I'm not going to sit here and say the town has never made some mistakes, because we all know better. But half of them I don't believe. It's first of all, they made the mistake when they started work without the permit. Unequivocally, that's the end of the story, just like the gentleman today. He admitted he got tired of waiting for the permits. So he finished it up, and yet we reduced his fees by half. I mean, we need to stand a little tighter on these fees, or these guys are gonna keep doing the same thing.
Dennis, I agree with you.
Period, and after time, after time, after time. I mean, if there's an honest, legitimate claim that the town did something, I'm all for helping the person out. But when there isn't, and all they come up and say is, well, the town did this or the town did that, and this guy, it wasn't even the town, it was the county. You know, I just think that we need to be a little stricter on them, in my own opinion. And that's all I got.
First thing, we had discussed some things about turtle lighting, and I've been in discussions with a lot of people, as I mentioned. But it brought up something that Ray and I discussed, brought up a whole other idea. And we were talking about, well, people are here in season to bring this FDEP turtle lighting trailer to the island. It's an educational thing. And I thought, well, we have so much going on environmentally that I'm just wondering, so here's a little handout, if we shouldn't do something where we do like an island, we can call it whatever, island living, you know, environmental stewardship. But it also plays into, you know, Anita's previously wanting to discuss littering and all that. So here was what I was thinking, if we could do something at Bay Oaks, because the Lee train, electric train comes there, we could invite speakers and invite booths by invitation only. In other words, if we have somebody that we want on water quality, whether it's Captains for Clean Water, or if there's somebody we want on turtle lighting or somebody on fertilizer, but basically have some booths set up where the community come and learn about how they personally can do water conservation. Maybe Murph would have rain barrels there or whatever. Litter, turtle lighting, fertilizer, clean boating, boat storage, cleaning. When we get down to stormwater, once again, you're not allowed to put things in the stormwater system. Use of plastics, how to reduce that. Native plantings, information from maybe the garden club about native plantings and landscapings and how it conserves water. Dune restoration, something with our, so in other words, have some different booths that is just sort of how I, as a citizen or property owner on this island, can be a better steward of the environment, no matter where my property is located on the island. So I would like to recommend that we task, you know, maybe Murph and Crab together or something with Ray, environmental, and do something like this. And like I said, whoever's there would be by invitation only, though. We could have booths by invitation only, speakers by invitation only, and kids' activities, so we can also help children understand how to be better stewards as they grow, too.
It's a good idea. We can add, do you want to add to agenda management later?
For Thursday, maybe, we can just mention it
this on it?
quickly, add
Yeah.
it to the, whatever. Yes.
I agree with what you're saying here, but I think we as a council need to look at our turtle ordinance itself and maybe get rid of it.
Well,
because there's a state ordinance, and the state changes their criteria, but we don't change our criteria. And it's really confusing people, trust me, I know. Okay, so why do we both need ordinances? The state controls anyways. We
But
get
we
rid of
have
the
to-
town ordinance and just follow the state, and that way we can keep people informed when there's been changes, because right now we're not.
John, is that right?
It is correct.
And I'm sorry, I was trying to
So
catch up
he
on
said
it.
There
the
is
state
state-
has a turtle ordinance?
And that's why we actually do ours.
Yes.
Because we have to, if we don't do it, then,
So
yeah,
we
it
can
has
just
to be
follow the
done.
states?
I don't know of any exclusive jurisdiction that the state has on it, so we can have our own ordinance,
But
but
he was saying instead of having a town one, that we should follow the state
Follow
of
the
Florida.
states, that's, Roger and I talked about
Yeah.
this, and they changed their criteria. We have to abide by what they change. So
I
why
don't
do we
always
need
agree with
ours?
that, but respectfully, the state a lot of times will, their purpose may be a little different from what we're trying
They
to
can-
do.
As long as theirs is stronger, it controls.
So,
And they make these changes, and we're not getting this out to our residents.
I was going to say, how do we
At all.
get that information from the state? Do they send it to the town when they make these changes? Because I've never seen an update from the state.
Believe me, I
How-
just ran across it.
Does anybody know how, do they inform us?
We will, we'll inquire and find out what it is that, first of all, what are their requirements and how are these transcribed, transmitted to the local jurisdictions? And if we think, we'll bring it back and we'll be glad to discuss it and present it to everyone.
Yeah, I'd like to see the state information so I compare it to ours before I really know how I
Yeah.
feel about it, but.
Right, but I'm just saying,
I
it's
think
something we need
it's
to
a
get
worthy
discussed.
conversation. Thank you. Another one, I have prepared some stuff. One of our goals and on our strategic plan was with regard to neighborhoods, and I said I was going to put together something. I have it put together, so I'm going to ask to get that on agenda management, just so you know. And then the street performers, are they a matter of public record? Somebody in public
Yes.
comment asked. So that information would be available if they make a public records request?
Yes.
Thank you. And my last one was just the vacation of the right-of-way, just that we at least bring it forward as quickly as the process allows. So, thank you, that's all.
Okay, and mine is, we don't have to talk about it now, I don't want to go into an MMP about it, but the customary use, I've been asked by people about the customary use that Governor Scott passed and then fixed because it was confusing. So at some point, we're going to need something to be able to tell the private property owners and stuff about the customary
We'll be glad
use.
to present that
Thank you.
in any form that you would wish, M&P.
But we don't talk about it now, I just wanted to make sure, because I had some vendor owners ask me about it.
I'm sure you have. It's a hot topic.
And it's
but-
kind of, when you read it, it is kind of, you got the first one, then they redid it, and you read the second one. And so I think it's important that we're all on the same page,
I agree.
exactly what it means. So, and then, Roger, I'd asked about the fertilizer ordinance. Do you know where that's at yet? That we were going to make some changes to it? Because I'm going to meet with somebody from Murph about some changes.
My understanding is the committee has worked on that and has recommended some changes. So I think it's probably close to, if not ready to come to council for your consideration.
Okay, so it's still at Murph, though?
I don't know if they've said they're done, but I know they were close to done at one point because they were voting on whether something should be X feet or Y feet.
I guess you guys are lucky because I left my note of councilmember items on my kitchen table. To change.
Motion to adjourn?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
I won't say I'm happy about that, but I am.
I was running out the door at all.